Welcome back, guys. After a few hours, they released the hotfix again, so we can now play again. Yay! Hooray! Alright, so let's see what's in here. Oh, this was that place that was heavily booby-trapped before. Why? Looks like that goes back to their place. Ow, forgot, trap. Trap there. There's a way through this wall. I can see that there's a passage here on the map. Must be a switch someplace.
Ready and waiting. Well, certainly waiting.
Make the perception check, please. No. Start with your face, then. Grandma only taking a nap? Okay. Okay, let's go. Okay, then. What's behind that door? Oh, we have more death cult members.
Let's get going.
Good. Well, the rogue can't disarm any trap if no one makes the perception trap check to see it, unfortunately. So, there's that.
What's this? A heretic in our midst? Your death, in the Dreadlord's name.
Oh, yeah? Well, how about I blow you up first? Oh, yeah, a little soften them up. About you, bonus action hide.
See me?
Nope.
To glory or glorious death.
Go ahead and rage. Get him, Minx. Could you, no, you don't have it.
Someone hold Boo. He will not enjoy the bumpings to come.
Well, you can't go any farther, so you'll have to just wait till next turn. Throw your longsword at them. Whee! Got him. Aha! He laughs at your stupid damage. You missed. And you got charmed. Ooh. That rarely happens. How dare you? That hurt. We can go right about here. We can hit both of them. Oh, you killed one. Good job. You missed. I would like to jump over here. And then I'm going to smack you. Oh, turn off non-lethal. Oops. Good, now you're dead. I'll move over here, and I shall throw one of these daggers at you. Take that.
Time to move.
Asterion, they're too far away, so you're gonna have to actually just blow that up. Oh, you hurt everybody. Oh, God. Okay, they're still safe. Alright.
Wait, no. Two swords.
Now, go ahead and attack him. And go ahead and attack. Oh, Unstoppable's annoying. Minx, no! Move the sunbeam to burn her butt. Good, you got her 15.
Survival is all that matters.
Okay, smack you. Boom! Now again. Congrats, you won a free trip. Next, okay, never mind. Maybe you didn't. I thought you did, but maybe you didn't. Got her. Oh, she did. She's very dead.
All's well that ends.
Do you think gaming is only for children? No. Children are the minority of people that play this video games. Video games is a heavily adult industry now. Not like the adult industry, but most gamers are, the average age I think is 32.
I can't wait.
So there's more adults playing video games than there are children. Get rid of your moonbeam. Thank you.
No one stopped me yet.
I know, it's not in the adult industry, but it's industry for adults. Okay, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. That reminds me, someone just got banned on Twitch because they do OnlyFans, which is fine. And they accidentally switched their OnlyFans overlay in the middle of a Twitch stream. And it had prices for all kinds of activities that you could pay for. It was like, whoa! Whoa! And they got banned, and it was like, oh. That's why you need to have separate profiles, so that shit don't happen. That's not, that's on you. You did that. 50 pounds of potions. Jeez. So many. Those to Meeks. Give all these weapons over to Meeks as well. Give this to him. Aha! Take that off the bar. Perfect. Offhand attack ranged.
No time to rest. Should mind my step.
Now, is there a vent making those flames pop out? All the refugees died because of the gas. Oops. Maybe we shouldn't have blown them up. Oh well. I mean, it happens. Can we ignite that and make it go away? Yes, but it doesn't go away.
Never a dull moment. How much farther can I go?
It's fine. Oh my, that's a lot of noxious gas. Maybe that turns it off over there?
First step's the hardest.
I see a switch over here. What does it do?
Here goes nothing.
That does disable all the noxious fumes. Oh well. They didn't even have proper names, so they don't have any quests or anything. They're just called dead refugees. Lead me to believe that they don't have any sort of quest or anything. It's just there to be there. Asterion, can you fire at that, please? Ah, thank you. What I need to do is get to the office over there.
Quick step.
So I think this heads that way.
What to do? Breathe deep and move.
No way this place is up to code? Probably not.
What a day. Let's crack it open.
What's in there?
I've got a long road ahead.
My old home. We're close by.
Oh.
It will be good to see it again. Look for a ladder up.
This is his old place? Ooh. Scroll detect dots. Speaking of which, I should put mine detection potion on here. Patient log, Duke Bellin Stelmane. Journal stamped with the official seal of Duke Bellin Stelmane appears to be attendance log about the care given during the Duke's ongoing illness. The most recent entries detail deterioration of Duke's condition. Can't explain the relapse. Duke lacks appetite, awareness, or interest in anything. Occasionally asks after visitor, which I suspect might be because of current condition. Duke used to receive visitor in private every 10 day. Always hooded and cloaked. Always shown in and left to attend Duke privately. No luck in finding, oddly enough. Can't recall visitor's gender or even stature. Could be half orc, halfling for all I know. Hoping for the return. Visits appeared to ease Duke's mind and body greatly. There's a brain chilling there. Why?
If not over, then through.
Wooden chest. This is where the Emperor used to just, hang out when he was living in Baldur's Gate. Oh. Another music box. Scroll of eye bite. Can't reach that. Can you jump up there and reach it? No? Can you move this over here, jump on it, to then reach it? Looks like new. We've seen that one before many times. Up the ladder. It's also placed back there. What's up here?
My old home. Thank you for bringing me back. Look around. You'll find some of my things still intact. Perhaps even useful to you.
I can have things? Can I live here? This is like good property. Ooh. A hidden room. Sword of the Emperor.
What is that?
My old sword. My first purchase as an adventurer. No use to me anymore. It's yours, if
This weapon deals additional 1d4 to shapeshifters and polymorph creatures. Weapon has 2+ saving throw against spells. It's very nice. What was that? Chains?
The chains I use to bind my meals. Villains and lawbreakers. You see, I tried to exercise morality where I could.
Recipe for fiddlehead soup. Empty brain jar.
An old container for brains. Empty. Shame. It would have been nice to find one to sustain me now.
Fiddlehead soup. That one won't trigger for some reason. Dog collar.
Rascal's collar. My poor four-legged friend. Their lives are so brief, so simple, and yet full.
We don't deserve dogs. Dogs are too... Wait, why are there... There's a bunch of... Githyanki in here. Close that. That's probably not good. Unique shell.
A shell. A keepsake from my final voyage. Pinched in a moment of sentiment. My old wardrobe. The home of all my disguises. We are what we appear to be. And so appearances matter.
You can't be frightened. If the wearer is infested by a hive mind flayer tadpole, they gain +1 intelligence, wisdom, and charisma saving throws, disadvantage on stealth checks. Charm and frighten creature to gain a bonus to attack rolls to saving throws. Ooh, it's nice Ithalid armor.
That might be worth a look.
Who's that?
There she is, in all her glory. Jubelin Stelmane, my old partner.
Is Dan near the end? We are in the last act, but there is so much game left. So much. Cool little place, little back story on the Emperor. Some goodies. And the Githyanki are chilling over there. Let's save, because I don't know what this is going to do when we go through here.
Something over there. That might be worth a look.
Hello.
What a pleasant surprise. Here you are, as brazen as described. The traitor who would steal from our queen.
What?
Of course you had help, didn't you? From the illithid you carry inside the astral prism. How quaint that we should meet here, in the very place that it once called home. We know all about the Emperor and its dealings with you. Though I must confess, its peculiar relationship with you threw us off course for a while. Tell me, what did it offer you in exchange for your servitude?
The promise of defeating the Elder Brain.
And you would trust an illithid to do such a thing? You have fallen prey to its manipulation. Your story ends here. We will reclaim the astral prism, purge it of the illithid interloper, and restore it to our queen.
You should know the Emperor is not the only occupant of the astral prism.
What are you doing?
My dear child, I already know all there is to know. I will live...
What? Yo, what? I didn't mean to walk in here into this battle right now. Sorry, I was just here. I was checking the pipes. I'm just gonna go back a little bit. I did not mean to trigger a giant fight with all you. I thought this was just the bathroom. I'll just go back in the other room and we'll pretend like I didn't click on that button. Where do you get my shirt? I get most of them from Target and Kohl's because I'm a big spender on clothes. Get the good stuff. Yeah, let's go back that way.
Feet can carry me.
Because we're kind of on a different time limit quest right now. So let's go back over this way. Go back down. I have your shirt. Well, that's strange because I'm wearing it right now. So you couldn't have this shirt because I'm wearing it.
Keep a blade close. A crooked touch.
Invasion plans for Baldur's Gate. We've read 1 billion of those already.
Is that blood? No, never mind.
Can I jump up in there? Yes, but they can't. I need to get back into that sewer. Go back to the Basilisk Gate. Probably the easiest way to get there. Act 3 is in game, so that's where all the the super powerful items are gonna be.
Interference with flaming fist property will be dealt with quickly. A fine thing to walk.
Go in there.
Friends might be a stretch, but otherwise, yeah. Might have your cloudy luck. But do not forget that Minsk has
Something over there.
We will be like twins, eh? We will. God. 200 years and I've never missed seeing my reflection more.
Let's see. Is it interface? No. Accessibility, maybe? Might be audio, actually. Occasional. There we go. Is that bald guy from Baldur's Gate 2? You mean Minx? Yes. Yes, he is. And Jaheira and Minx are both from Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. They're pivotal characters that almost everyone has in their parties the whole time. They're just very, very good at what they do. How do I get...
Not everyone subscribes.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go in there.
What's all this now, then? The city's ransom I'm paying you, not enough. What has you sneaking around? Oh.
Minsk does not sneak, Queen Cutpurse. He follows a direct line from boot to butt.
Turning the Zentarim on me with my own coin. A dramatic entrance to land the killing blow yourself. I'll give you this, Stone Lord. You've got style.
Minsk has no such style. We are here to cleanse the Zentish taint, not to rub it all the deeper.
You expect me to believe that you're here to help me?
Yes, against the Zent at least.
Helping first and harming after.
Justice dines on a set menu, Ninefingers. And Boo will be having seconds.
What?
Don't let the hamster nibble on anything valuable. We might just get along, Stone Lord. Come then. There are visitors in my guild hall. I'd be a poor host to keep them waiting. Easy. Any guild member strikes the first blow, it won't be the Zentrum that kills them.
Let me go try to talk everyone down. Let's see if I can get over here and talk to you. I have 20 charisma, so I should be able to convince you.
So it's that simple. Drop your weapons, bring out Ninefingers, and this can all end peacefully. For you, at least. What's this, Stone Lord? It's a little late to change the terms of our deal. The pieces are already in place.
This Stone Lord is no more. Boo and Jaheira and my friend would not let me stay cursed. And the only terms we offer are between my boot and your treacherous buttocks.
I see. That's unfortunate. And what about the adult in the room? Whatever I told that lot below, this will end in bloodshed. All you have to do is pick the right side.
What are you doing? Why turn on the guild?
I'm not. I'm turning on Ninefingers. This place has been due a change in management for some time. Her guild is disorganized, undisciplined. The cult broke them in a matter of days, while my Zentrum still stands strong. A guild under our control can do what Ninefingers failed to. Drive the Absolute out of the city once and for all, and then remain on in the city to protect its good citizens from any future threats. For a reasonable fee, of course.
Thank you,
My
Julia.
hamster can smell your lies, villain. Foul not his little nose.
Fine. Let us talk of truth, then. Do your friends know how many you killed in the Absolute's name, Stone Lord? Do you?
Do not call me that. Minsk is Minsk.
Oh? I don't recall any tales of Minsk helping the likes of Ninefingers. A known thief? A murderer? I thought Minsk of Rashamem served the side of good. I'm the last to judge, big man. You were just following orders. And hey, that's all you have to do now. If you don't know what's right, just let the grown-ups talk. Because I know your friend will make a smart choice.
You're mistaken. Minks of Rajman always knows the right thing to do.
Your leader is not wrong. The guild is a band of treacherous scoundrels, and Ninefingers the worst among them. But the Stone Lord, Minsk, was many times worse. I have no right to judge, so it will not be Minsk who does the judging. My hamster will count to 3. Lay down your arms, Zentrum, and Boo will spare your lives.
Truly? I am handing you the guild, and you'd throw it all away on the word of a madman. Think about this. It defies all logic. Oh, enough. Zentrum, to arms!
Uh-oh. Go for the eyes, Boo! Oh.
Remember that!
She's a bard. Alright, go ahead and rage. Yeah, rage. And then go ahead and smack her. And then beat the crap out of her again. Okay, where are my enemies? Oh, they're all down there. It's a multi-layered battle. Oh god. Okay. Let's go ahead and see if we can get over here. Attack her. You missed somehow. I know, butt kicking for goodness! We get a few bodies down there all collected now. It should be pretty good. I think after this mission, we're gonna switch back to our usual squad. I like Jahir and Minx, but they've had their game. It's time for us to have ours. Ooh. Is that a monk? This fight has so many people in it right now. It's incredible. There are so many people. How many attacks do you get? My god! What the fu- How many times did you just attack? What the hell was that? I attack again, and again, and again, and I get to go again. It's like someone making up the rules as they go. Yeah, it must be a fighter with action surge and like a haste buff or something, because that was crazy. Oh, she hit her back hard. You only have 5 HP left? Oh, God. There's no way you're surviving that. Unless we can somehow disable her. Lady Flux is totally dead. How can I save her? I don't think I can. I can't disable her in any way. Hold person probably the only way to do it. Too far away. Well, we need help here. We could try conjuring fire elemental to help you out a little bit. Too far. Well, I can't save him. Nothing to do. Well, you two got that. I should probably go around and deal with some of these ne'er-do-wells. Attack! Attack again! Never mind. Can you keep her alive, please? Kill her. Wait, that lady's a barbarian, so there's no way she could have action surged. I don't know how she attacked so many times.
Just lie down now, lads. We'll make it gentle.
Lie down. No. Okay, minks. Go ahead and jump over here. And then tiger attack both of them. And attack. Asterion. Attack. You missed the second one. Good job. Woo! Ooh, that was a good hit. 29. Yeah, the NPCs could probably multi-class. I don't know if they do. They could if they wanted to. Could be fighter barbarian, which is very strong. You get action surge. You get action surge at level 2, so a lot of classes that double dip into fighter can get some good stuff going on. Lady Flux, no! Oh. Jump to the edge over there. Let's see. Can we help with anything here? Not really. You're out of spell slots, aren't you? Let's get a few fairy fires going on, maybe. Can I hit? Not really. Let me... Tangling Roots actually be helpful if you get it on her. So she can't leave. Okay, attack.
My hand.
And again. Smite. Jump across. Don't worry, the paladin is coming to save you all. For he is righteous. And he helps those who are in need. Be sure to tell your friends about how I saved thee. This is chaotic. It's a lot going on. It's like two groups fighting each other, and then your group fighting as well. Oh, she dead. Minx, attack! Attack again! Good job. And then maybe get over here. Push him over. Okay, well, I didn't really do much.
Hungry for the slaughter.
Okay, attack. Dead. Good job, Lady Agu. Good job. Woo! Missed. Where are you going? Thank God for this little... Pressing tilde highlights the enemies, so you can tell who's enemies and who's friendly. Or at least neutral. Wait, where's she going? Gravedigger Karen. Oh, Carson, sorry. Oh, God, he's mopping up. He killed like 4 people. Good, crit. So you're gonna electrify the water. Don't do that. That would be bad.
Nature will not even notice you're gone.
22, not bad.
Time to push my luck again.
Can you get to him? Probably not. Use that ladder. Thank you, Wonka, for that 3-month resub. It says to 300 more. Well, thank you very much. Can we throw something at him? Throw... I would just look at you very menacingly. How about you just go whoop? Finish him, please. Does she still have the 10,000 gold in her, I wonder? Stolen gold bag. Yes, 10,000 gold. Glaive. Temple Trader's Key. Intricate Key. Complex Lock. Armor of Devotion. Eternal Devotion. Recite your oath to regain 1 Channel Oath charge. Too bad Channel Oaths aren't really usually worth all that, but it is nice. 10,000 gold and a little baggie. It's not bad. Suppose the camp, please. Now we must loot everybody.
Come on, boss. Another. Mouth is dry. Look, God.
No, they're running from the elemental again. Okay, dismiss it. Okay, they're going back to normal. Now the elemental's gone. Aw, Lady Flux died. Can't remember who the hell that was, but she did.
See anything of yours?
Anything of use?
Jump over there. Yeah, a bag with 10,000 gold pieces. That's heavy. That'd be very heavy. Gravedigger Karen. Keep an eye on Rugen. Karen, Rugen is no longer reliable, making you the Southern District Deliveries Manager effective next 10 day, unless Rugen retires earlier than that. If you know what I mean, Roa. Ooh. What do you have on you? Happy birthday, Homer. Happiest of birthdays from a proud mama. I'll send you a present, but what could I get? A boy who already has it all. Just love getting your letters. Burgos boy makes it in the big city. Yeah, we're streaming on Twitch and TikTok. TikTok isn't really good for long-term streams, mostly unless you're like, oh my God, flowers! Oh, nom nom nom. Unless you're doing that. games don't do very well on TikTok. Throw that Father Lorgan thinks so well of you that you already have his right-hand temple manager on open hand and inspired your brother Flimbird. Follow you to Baldur's Gate. Keep your eyes open. Homer, you'll see your mirror image at open hand store. All love, Mama Bubblins. Aw, he died on his birthday? That's not nice. Well, at least you can save money on etchings on the tombstone since it's the same day. So date of birth and died on the same day, so you don't have to list 2 separate days. There's a silver lining in everything. Ooh, there's that fish. Take that fish. Okay, you are heavily over encumbered. So let's go ahead and send all of these weapons to the camp. All these armors to the camp. That helps a lot. Let's go talk to Ninefingers and tell her what's up.
See anything you like?
She was the lesser evil. I don't trust. I definitely don't trust the other people since they were working with the worm people.
Zenta down. Just you and me now, Stone Lord. So if you mean to take my chair, you'll get no better chance than this.
Minsk has no interest in your furniture, Ninefingers. Only in the wicked rump that fills it.
What?
You have been a stone in this city's boot for too long. And it will be no Stone Lord who reaches twixt Baldur and sticky toes to dislodge you. It will be Minsk!
I haven't got the slightest idea what he's trying to say.
Proof that he is back to normal, no?
He's threatening you. Feel threatened.
Well, I'm confused, if that counts. But if he no longer answers to Stone Lord... Good. I'd rather you die as Minsk the Mad Rashimar. It's silly, but... Do you know? You were something of a hero of mine when I was young.
Even now, your tongue twists the truth. When you were young and 10-fingered still, Minsk and Boo were stone, instatuated on a city square.
Aye. I remember the spot. By a garden on the Wide. A soft thicket near the market, with ample pockets to pick. Celestia itself to a street rat looking for shelter. You might not have been wrestling monsters, but you kept the wind and the rain off. Heroic enough for me.
You tried to dampen Boo's eyes. Do not think you will be spared his teeth. Evil is evil, even if it was once innocent.
Oh, I'm no innocent. But evil? Well, you tell me. With the Fist, the Watch, and the Council itself all licking the Absolute's boots, who's the only one left standing to protect Baldur's Gate?
She's right, Minsk. She's been an ally down through the years. A friend, even.
A friend? Jahira, Boo cannot believe his ears. Has the city fallen so far in our absence? Are there no heroes left?
Heroes come and go. But the Guild has always been here, protecting the city. Until the Stone Lord came to break us.
Don't worry. I am the hero the city needs. And I will never leave it. Unless I hear tale of adventure, then I'll leave it behind and go get the treasure. But, until that point, I am the hero. Sugar Kitty and Cabby, thank you for those resubs. Back-to-back resubs. Thank you so much. If you can't tell ally from enemy... Wait, She's right. The guild will remember... The guild will fight for the city. We just have to let them.
I am shamed. Nadeshka. Unworthy to fight alongside my friends. Ooh, what am I to do?
I can't speak for your rodent, but I know something of debts. If you reckon you've got one to repay, well, we could always work together.
With you? Pff, Minsk has no lust for gold. That he would shake grandmothers by their ankles, or set Boo nibbling at their purse strings.
I'm not talking about that. We've both got bigger enemies than one another. The city's enemies. And, Tyr's honest truth, you gave my guild the wake-up call it needed. We've grown complacent, lazy, too sure of our standing. We never would have needed the Zent if we'd had a fighting force of our own. Swords for the city when the Watch and the Fist fail us.
Like a berserker lodge of my homeland. No army or militia serving the local lords, but heroes working for the common good.
Heroes. Sure.
Very well. Minsk and Boo accept.
I'm sorry, you what?
Boo and I will be your berserker lodge, taking the ugly ways of your guild and beating them into a more virtuous shape.
That's not even slightly what I was saying. I wasn't asking.
You are right. I have proven myself unworthy. I cannot serve this city if I was so easily turned against it. If I do not know my own mind, perhaps I no longer know what is good.
Minx is so insane, but I like him. Is this game worth it? Oh god, yes. One of the greatest games of this decade. Simple then. Trust that Boo will guide you both.
Boo!
Boo.
Boo! Kingpin Boo! My friend, your wisdom is vast and unknowable as the Rashimi High Country. What say you, Boo? When the Absolute is slain, shall we join Ninefingers Keen and show her the ways of goodness?
You did say he was your hero, Estelle. Maybe you'll learn something.
Oh, can't we just go back to killing one another instead? All right, fine. Let's leave this particular fight for when the actual war is won, shall we? With the Stone Lord off my back, I'll be able to bring my people out of hiding. Cobble together a force, so we're ready when you call on us. You have my thanks. Though, I'm still not actually sure you haven't made my life that little bit harder.
No, Minx is fine. It'll be great. You don't have anything to worry about. Aid the Underduke completed. And gather your allies. Ninefingers is grateful we helped her retain control of the guild. I want to give away with her. We counted her and her lady's court in the final battle. Hell yeah. Even more allies to the cause.
Lord? Leper.
What?
Someone's vintage Moonshae Zinfandel collection. But it looks like a lot of the bottles have gone missing.
Okay. Moonshine Zinfandel.
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
Well, we solved that little problem. Yeah, I'm really happy to see Jaheira and Minx back. Having them in the party is like, that's Baldur's Gate, baby. We're back. We're back better than ever. Sticky Dondo. This kid?
Victor isn't himself, so I'm running the shop. You buying or selling?
And where did you get the items you sell?
Let's just say The previous owners no longer have a use for them. Got me? Fetcher isn't himself, so I'm running the shop. You buying or selling?
While hiding, the number you need to for a critical hit while attacking is reduced by 1. Ooh. Sneak attack crit. I like it. Let's get rid of a bunch of random junk. Like, the price of a lot of stuff won't be much different. Private shipment, really, guys? Scrawled newt, scrawled newt. Those will give me a little more money, so we'll hold on to that.
Sometimes stuff we sell comes back around to us again. So watch yourself. Got me?
What? Are you saying you're gonna kill me and take it back? That's rude. Let's go back. Take a long rest. We're out of spell slot stuff.
Zahira, Boo is trying his best to explain, but I still do not understand your anger.
Do not hide behind your hamster, Ranger. You do not understand
Barbarian.
because you do not listen. We were the first to discover the cult. And if you had only waited, we might have marshaled our numbers and...
Good does not wait for evil to button up its breeches. When it offers buttocks for the smacking, Minsk and Boo greet cheek with hand.
What? This sounds like a fun evening.
It is well that Boo's innocent ears still ring from all this shouting.
This mess falls on our heads, Minsk. The city under siege, its people poisoned by the cult. It all might have been avoided if you had just put your feelings aside and listened.
You are the only one Minx listens to, remember?
You mean the doppelgangers? It is no comfort to me that my face made this fool all the easier to lead. The point remains. You meant well, Minsk. But you exposed the city to harm. You helped the cult spread. And worse, perhaps than any of this, you forced me to leave you behind.
But this is where Minsk falls short of the understanding, Jahira. What else is a berserker for, if not to charge into danger ahead of his Waclaren?
The Wicklaren, wise women of Rashomon, each bonded to a berserker bodyguard for life. There is no higher title nor deeper bond in all of Rashomon custom.
Wiclaren? Minsk, I am not your witch. You are not my bodyguard. This is not some high lodge of your homeland.
Boo agrees you are a queer kind of witch. But this city is a queer place. And Minsk, you may have noticed, is sometimes strange himself. The titles matter not. Only this. When Minsk does as Minsk does, and charges in to make a mess, Jahira does as Jahira does, and finds a way to save us all anyway.
Oh, that's actually kind of sweet.
Oh, I fight alongside fools.
You hear that, Boo? We fight alongside a Waclaren again.
I am your friend, Ranger. I am not your witch. There will be no ointments or healing balms.
Not even for Boo?
Oh, you gotta love them. I need to grab my shoes, my feet are cold. I'll be right back in a second. Yeah, technically in the first games, Minx is a barbarian ranger, not just a ranger. So it makes sense to respec him a little bit. All right, let me check your inventories.
Sword at my side and hamster at hand.
Let's put all that in the camp. I will take your rings. Oh, no. Yep. Okay. Yeah, that's still there. Just check it. I'm curious. All right, it's in the camp. Okay, these need to go back to Asterion. Those were his originally, anyways. Alright, so Jaheira and Minx, we're gonna bench you.
Forward.
And we're gonna go back to our standard party.
It may shock you both to know, but Minsk and this Stone Lord, they are one man. The same one man. And that same one man is Minsk.
Alas! Alack! It cannot be so!
Please, my friend. Your noble tears will not make the confessing any easier. I wish to believe the Stone Lord's evil was the worm alone, tainting my thoughts with foul dung. But I see now, the dung was within Minsk all along. So I wonder, if Minsk can be a villain, and Ninefingers a hero, must it be so with all creatures? Is there good and evil within us all? Boo calls this nonsense. Less thinking of bad thoughts, says he, and more breaking of bad bones. But still, I would hear what you have to say on the matter, my friend.
Is Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 worth playing? Yeah, they're fun games. Just keep in mind before you start, they're very old games. So there's very little voice acting. It's probably like maybe 5% of it has voice acting, the rest is just text. The combat is real time with pause instead of turn-based, true turn-based. So it works a little bit differently in this game. Some parts have aged really well, like the writing and stuff. Some parts haven't aged very well, like the graphics and the mechanics of old D&D. But overall, they're very fun. I highly recommend to play them if you don't mind the older game. Boo's right. You're overthinking it.
Of course. Of course. One look into his beady little eyes should be enough to tell Minsk there is pure and untainted goodness in this world. Oh, thank you, my friend. As ever, I shall do only what my heart and hamster tell me to. Kill the villains! Kill them all! Break them beneath my boots, no matter how they squeal for mercy. I feel better. Minsk is ready to go and do some butt kicking.
Can we do butt kicking for goodness? Goodbye. I need you to stay here.
Truly? But you have seen my hamster, yes?
Yeah. You're gonna wait right here.
Here we stay, then. But if Boo grows restless and chews holes in all your delicates, you only have yourself to blame.
Jaheira?
I think you might have made a terrible, terrible mistake. Huh? Chasing rumor halfway around the city and back. Crossing the guild. wading through filth, defying the one creature upon whom your very life depends. All for a madman and his rodent. It was no mean feat to make nice with the sourest puss in the city, by the way. It took years for Estelle and I to trust one another. The Absolute threatens thousands, the entire coast. And still you risked much to help one man. I should berate you, but I can only say thank you. Your reasons were your own. But whether you meant for it or not, your fight is our fight, huh? Both of us. To the very end.
Don't thank me just yet. Minx and Keen are sure to give you some headaches.
Bringing those two together might have been your greatest service to the city, huh? Or your worst. Time will tell. But I think she can handle the worst of his excesses. She had best believe that he will very much handle hers. For the moment, he and I are your problem. So, lead the way. We are yours to command.
I need to part ways for a moment. I'll see you back here.
You're sure?
I am.
Later, then. I tell you not to get in trouble, but I suspect it will find you whether you like it or not.
All's well, I hope, aside from the obvious.
Join me.
All right, some company wouldn't hurt on the road, especially if there's trouble.
Private word would be nice.
Hardly the noblest conflict we've encountered, but criminals will have their squabbles, even in the looming shadow of utter annihilation.
Join me.
With pleasure. Lead on.
I'm ready.
Let's see if the bug is still there with her portrait.
I wonder what the next move is.
Maybe they fixed the bug. Maybe they haven't. Nope, they haven't fixed it. But she looks fine like that. It's okay.
No time for Danny.
Her portrait's fine, but it bugs me that her hair is still black in the portrait. Well, let's see.
Let's move.
Let's rest and then we'll do inventory management in the morning because we got a lot of it to do. Uh-oh.
They say that home is where a person can be their truest selves.
What the fuck?
Lying, without pretense. And now that you have seen where I come from, you know all there is to know about me. At least, all that matters. My beloved confidant and loyal companion Rascal. The very first reward I gifted myself on completion of my first adventure. The garments with which I concealed and later constructed my appearance as the Emperor. We spoke of my relationship with Duke Berlin Stillmain, a story I have told no one else. I have no more secrets from you. No need to resort to subterfuge. We are true allies now, working towards a common goal.
You really don't sound like a mind flayer.
I have learned to adapt my methods to your needs. The only way we were ever going to get close enough to the brain to destroy it was by working together. But few would trust a mind flayer. So I did what I had to convince you. I studied you. Your motivations, your actions, your desires. I deduced the best way to align your goals with my own.
Could have been open. You make it sound like I was some sort of experiment.
Perhaps, at first. I did consider that you were just a problem to be solved. And not an easy one at that. But I persisted. I needed your absolute dedication to the cause. I anticipated the challenge, and I anticipated your resistance. What I didn't anticipate was how much I would enjoy your company, your mind.
Larian, are you gonna make me have sex with a mind flayer? Oh my god.
Sometimes I felt almost like we were dancing our way towards something deeper.
You're trying to flirt with me right now?
Would you like that?
I'm not stopping you.
The back of your mind warms with a rush of feeling. The Emperor's feeling. Heat, care, arousal.
Oh my god. He's got big fangs right there, though. Take his tentacle in your hand, invite it in.
You feel its breath merging into yours. Cold, smelling faintly of vanilla and garlic. Its breathing quickens as you pull in close to its face. Its excitement palpable. You pause a moment as a thought occurs to you. Where is a mind flayer's mouth? A memory stirs. Diagrams in a book you read long ago. A mind flayer's mouth is underneath the tentacles.
Oh no. Would you mind parting those tentacles?
I can make this easier for you if you like. My other form might be more familiar for you to navigate.
I prefer this one. Just show me what to do. Romance the Emperor. I might have to censor this on the TikTok stream, just to warn you. You can watch it on the Twitch stream, though, if you want. Oh, dear God. Am I making love to a mind flayer? Oh.
Everything you ever dreamt of and more.
You can listen, but you can't look because it might be nudity. TikTok doesn't allow me to show it. Sorry.
Pleasure upon pleasure.
Oh, yep,
as
that's
mind and body intertwined. It was hard to tell where thoughts ended and feelings
That is
began.
naked. Uh-oh.
You can read the Emperor's expression better now that you've connected on a deeper level.
How do you make love to a mind flayer?
The same way.
Oh no.
It seems the tadpole allowed you to share more than you would have liked with your companions.
I said I'd protect you from the absolute of each other. And I was distracted.
Oh my god.
Come. It's time to get dressed. We have work to do.
Sure, I can't tempt you into another round?
I am tempted, but it will be quite some time before I am able to do that again. And time is not on our side.
Oh my god.
The Elder Brain's hive mind has grown to monstrous proportions. And through the Crown's magic, it has complete control over each and every member. It was intelligent before, but now, with its hive mind established across the city, it is well on its way to becoming indestructible. You should reconsider your attachment to your physical form. You have seen what an Illithid can do. You have experienced the pleasure for yourself. Imagine some of that could be in your grasp. Not enough to warp your appearance beyond recognition, but just enough to enhance your potential. It would make us even more compatible, as well as radically increasing our chances of success against the Elder Brain. Think on it.
We just made love to a mind flayer. I have to see what other people's reactions are to this. Because they just all saw me make love to the mind flayer.
Sometimes, I felt almost like we were dancing our way towards something deeper.
I think you misread the signs. I'm fine what we have now.
I'm sorry. You're right. Now's not the time. Forget I said anything.
Yeah, I'm not into mind flayers.
Let's move on to more important things.
Yeah, we're not doing that, buddy.
The Elder Brain's hive mind has grown to monstrous proportions. And through the Crown's magic, it has complete control.
I accidentally pressed F8 too quickly. Sorry.
Every member. It was intelligent before, but now, with its hive mind established across the city, it is well on its way to
It was just a dream.
You should reconsider your attachment to your physical form. You have seen what an Illithid can do. Imagine some of that could be in your grasp. Not enough to warp your appearance beyond recognition, but just enough to enhance your potential. And believe me, it will radically increase our chances of success against the Elder Brain.
Just to clarify, chat, you don't have to have sex with the mind flayer. You have to choose many, many options many times in a row to make that happen. You don't just automatically have sex with the mind flayer. You have to keep choosing options to get there. So if you don't choose those options, you won't see Mind Flayer shenanigans.
God, slow down.
I can't believe they put that in the game, though. I'm like, what? You just put Mind Flayer Boink Boink in there? Okay. Well, then.
What am I to do?
What am I wearing? I'm wearing a dog collar. Why? Let me take that back, please.
No time to waste.
Seek and you shall find me.
I don't know what the devs were on, but they were apparently... You gotta remember, like, people had to hand animate Mind Flayer sex. Like, they had to first have business meetings where you get together on a Zoom call. You figure out how you're gonna animate how you're gonna do the dialogue to get to the Mind Flayer sex. You're gonna... Just imagine like a business meeting with a bunch of people in suits going, okay, Mind Flayer sex, so what options do we have on the table? Jim? How about a whip? No, he's got tentacles already. Jan, how about he's like with his shirt off, hanging out like, what's up? I like it. Work with that? Just like them sitting around the table doing all this stuff. Hilarious. Sven in a suit of armor? Probably. Very probably. Can't be moved against your will. Disadvantage stealth check. Howl the Dead. Elemental infusion. Attack rolls when throwing. No. Voice of the Circle. What is that? Grant an ally +2 bonus on persuasion checks. Oh. That's cool. I didn't realize that was in there. I forgot I had that in my inventory.
Wits and blades.
Shadowheart, do we have any bonuses for you, madam? So really, your armor is not that great. We didn't take Jaheira's armor off. She had really good armor. Oh no. Now I gotta do the long thing again. Alright, Asterion.
I don't like getting caught between the Guild and the Zentarim. You always make enemies when you take sides in a struggle like that. And in this case, they're enemies we might not see coming until it's too late.
Stay in the camp.
Oh, darling, it sounds...
I do hope they figure out some sort of party management system. Minx? Buddy?
You come to speak of the last time Minsk stood... Minsk...
But, Minx, buddy, why are you naked? Oh, can you go literally put anything on? Thank you.
Violence.
Go put something on. Can't you have in your underwear the whole rest of the game? Hide armor.
No rest for the wicked, I see.
Yes.
You know what this chest could use? Tabs that are like armor, weapon, potions to sort things, make things easier to see. Where did your armor go? where I put it.
My faith will guide me.
I don't know where I put it, sir.
Sleep with one eye open, evil.
Is it in that one?
Maybe both.
Haslin left your party? No. The only person, one person is currently not in my party. But it's not for that reason. There it is. Now I get you out of the party again. Oh.
What is it, my friend?
I need you to stay in the camp.
But you have...
One day I'll catch
Okay,
a
I gotta
break.
empty Jahira's gear.
Always at your side.
Any big bugs? Not really.
Yes?
Other than like performance issues, it's all been fine.
As you wish. Whatever it takes.
Oh my, you had so much stuff in your inventory. Oops. Okay, put all that into the camp. Holy hell, that's a lot of stuff. Summon Raven, healing word. Take those off. Whoa, why are you naked? Can you go put something on, please? Ma'am? Ma'am, could you
Wherever we
please go
ye gods,
go put
let
any
there be
like put
something
anything on
green.
anything at all. Thank you. All right, go ahead and put that on. Send to camp. All right, go back.
Haven't sprouted roots just yet.
This part's very tedious. If I take it off her, otherwise she'd just be in her underwear the rest of the game and every cutscene. Which could be fun, but not for a
Yes?
serious playthrough.
You're sure?
Alright, got our gear too.
These
Starion,
boots will
come
see
back
you
in the
with it.
party, please. We're going for an immersion playthrough.
What can I do?
Well, other than having sex with my players in a
Lead
dream.
on.
Alright, let's see. I have 47,000 gold? That's so much.
Ripe with magic.
That's so much of it. Alchemy pouch. Where did the... Oh, it took it out of my pocket already. Okay.
No
Just went
one
right
back
out
home
there.
will ever believe this.
Alright, well, let's,
What's next?
Shadowheart. Can you grab, her armor that should be in the chest here? Armor of agility. Yeah, that's really good for you. Nymph cloak, no thank you. Take the shield as well. We'll take all those. You don't have a cloak, so I guess you can wear the nymph cloak. It's better than nothing, I guess. Alright, you gonna put that armor on? Your helmet's really good. We'll keep that on you. You have the light. No, you don't. Never mind. Advantage on perception checks. Shield is nice. I think it's the only other shield user we have.
Alright, what now?
Alright, so now we can leave. Going back to our, original party.
Can't afford to stay out.
You gotta check your spells. You have some new spell slots. We have Blade Barrier, Create Undead, Heal, Planar Ally, seeks the aid of otherworldly entities. Harm. That is a lot of damage from harm. Spell Good and Evil. Contagion. Planner. I think that's good for your spells. Alright, let's get out of here.
Well, well. The fabled haunt of Ninefingers Keep.
Never visited before. I thought you got around.
I always steer clear. If guild members started disappearing, people would start asking questions.
Cazador hated
Almost
question.
pleasant traveling with company. If you ignore all the less pleasant aspects.
Goodbye. Alright, did we get that cache? I think we did. Undercity Ruins. Let's get out of here. What other quest should we do? Let's go back out to the... Basilisk Gate. Go outside.
Light on my feet.
God, Baldur's Gate is massive. Meet with Mystra and the Storm Shore. Oh, I forgot. We gotta go talk to a god with our friend Gale. I wonder what the hell he wants. We also gotta return the gold we found. Thank you for that follow, Jamaro.
Mistra's likeness. It's been some time since I stood before her in a place like this.
Alright, let's talk to a god. I'm sure this will go great.
There she stands, just as Elminster promised. Mystra, goddess of the weave, mother of all magic.
The old man wasn't lying. She's opened the summoning channel. Can't you feel it?
Gale's right. The very air around the statue crackles with magic. It sets your teeth on edge.
A stream of pure, undiluted weave. I only have to reach out, and it will carry me to Mystra, wherever she may be.
Well, go on then. It's rude to keep a goddess waiting.
True.
Time was, I'd have given my right arm for a chance to speak with Mystra again. The left one, too. Maybe a knee.
You don't owe her so much as a fingernail. She asked you to blow yourself up.
Not the message one hopes to receive from a past lover. But her first love was always the weave. At best, I was a close second. When I pictured this moment, I thought I'd feel more in control. Yet, here I am, with palms sweatier than a bugbear's armpit. I always wonder what being nervous would feel like. I hate it.
Do you know what you're going to say to her?
During my time locked away in Waterdeep, I prepared a quite comprehensive speech for her on the subject of our former relationship and the manner in which it ended. Alas, recent events have rendered the majority of it moot, so I'm going to have to improvise. Unless you have any words of wisdom to impart before I go.
You're not taking me with you?
The summoning channel Mystra has provided is one only I can enter. No matter how much I prefer not to face her alone.
Don't give her anything. Just find out what she has to say.
You'd make a fine 3-dragon anti-player, you know? I think it's best I keep a cool head going into this. Approach it like a particularly high-risk round of 3-dragon ante. I'll let Mystra show her flight, and then I can see how strong a chance we stand of winning the gambit. I'll only be gone for a matter of moments. The Outer Planes experience time quite differently to our own. Wait for me. Please.
So I guess I could troll Gale for this part? C-Dot, thank you for that resub of 4 months. I appreciate that.
Gale of Waterdeep. You look well.
As do you. But I assume we're not here solely to exchange compliments. So why am I here?
You discovered what lies at the heart of the Absolute, the crown of Karsus. And you disobeyed my instruction. Why?
Because you had no right to ask that of me. You cast me out. Remember?
You were my lover, my chosen. Yet still you know so little of me. The past cannot be undone with self-pity, nor can a future be forged. Only with the truth will you see the way ahead. The fragment of magic you tried to return to me was not of my creation. It was the Karsite weave. It is a corrupted, half-born magic, wrought in the brief moment Karsus ascended to godhood. It hungers for power, just as he did, and it can never be sated. You unleashed something that would consume all magic in existence, and yet you thought only of preserving yourself.
So that's what you're scared of. With the crown of Karsus reforged, I could take control of the Karsite weave.
You can no more control the Karsite weave than a weather vane could control a storm. That it entered your body and consumed no more than your powers was a miracle. But we will not be granted another. The only reason the orb sleeps is because I have allowed it to feed on the true weave. A temporary measure, but one that will not be enough to save us. With each day that passes, the Elder Brain threatens to become a new kind of god. Its worshippers, a scourge of soulless illithids. If you will not use the orb to end this abomination, then you must find a way to separate crown and host. When you've done this, you must surrender the crown of Karsus to me.
A great ask indeed. You've given me much to think on, as you always did.
So be it. Follow the needle of your own wisdom. We shall see how truly it leads you.
So she wants us to... I'm not giving that to her.
Back on mortal soil once
She's
more.
a god, by the way. Goddess of magic.
After all this time.
How do you feel now you've done it?
Relieved. Drained. Proud of myself for summoning the courage to go to her in the first place. And, if I'm being totally honest, a bit lightheaded. As if it wasn't enough to have seen her again. She didn't exactly summon me there for small talk. The Karsite weave. Within me this whole time. I knew the orb was no ordinary ball of magic before it to be Karsus's malignant creation. Gods! How did I not see that?
It's all too easy to miss things when we're blinded by desire.
True enough. There's a reason such unwitting heroes have been the backbone of lyric and legend for as long as both have existed. Even so, I was hardly some naive apprentice at the time. I considered myself an archmage, and yet was fool enough to be mistaken for a common conjurer. At least now I'm armed with the truth, and Mystra's expectations. Sounds like the door to redemption is open at last. All I have to do is walk through it, carrying the crown of Karsus.
Is that what you want?
Perhaps. I see few other options open to me. If I ever want to reclaim those parts of myself the orb snatched away. If I ever want to be me again.
You're a great man, Gale. With or without the orb.
I'll have to disagree with you there. Having not one but two parasitic entities within your body does very little for one's faith in one's personality. Still, I should take the compliment with the same generosity it was given, so... thank you. If I can promise you one thing in return for your faith in me, it's this. I will use everything in my power to ensure we defeat this evil. I will not let you down.
Even your level 6
Now,
spell slots?
I believe we have a date with an Elder Brain to get to. Shall we?
Yes. Yes, we shall. So far, every companion character has had a very good story. I've liked them all. Even, Lysel, the Githyanki, who's very aggressive and snarls a lot. Even she has a good story. She's mad all the time, but she's got a good story. Yeah, she's like, whatever that sound is she makes all the time. Go to the tombstones and find the tribunal. We'll do some more side quests first.
Oh, right. I don't read any flaming fist was winking at me.
They worked with Wizards of the Coast on this, so everything that they create, they had to approve with people at D&D to make sure that they didn't make anything that was that wouldn't fit in the lore. Because when you're working with someone else's IP, they have to make sure that you are staying within the IP. Oh, Damon's here. Hi, Damon.
Thank the gods. I should have known you'd make it to the city all right. But you never know.
Well, I mean, not the stuff that you create, but, you know, when they had to create the world and, Baldur's Gate and all this, they had to, make sure that they were aligned to the lore of the world, you know? The story of this game probably isn't canon, but they had to make sure that the background of everything was, you know, in line with the official D&D lore. Make sure that Baldur's Gate is here, Neverwinter's there, it has this population size, you know, that kind of stuff. Nice workshop you have here.
I'm shocked by my good fortune, quite honestly. Rent is fair, and the setup is just what I need to start making a living again. Without you, I'd be dead in a ditch twice over. Instead, I have my own smithy in the city. At least, until the Absolute's army mows us down. But hey, anything could happen in the meantime. Optimism, right?
The original Baldur Gates games were made by BioWare before they were bought out by EA later.
Of course. Wouldn't be alive to hold them if it weren't for you.
I have some more Infernal Iron for you. Gain +2 bonus to attack and damage roll with weapons. You gain freedom of movement and long strider. Armor of persistence. All damage is reduced by 2. You gain resistance and blade ward. What? Gain bonus to saving throws and resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. And 20 AC, my god. Sword of Life Stealing. On a crit, deal extra necrotic damage that heals you. You gain proficiency with long swords. In addition, you gain +1 to melee attack roll. There's some good loot here. Damn, my tiefling friend. You are loaded. Okay, if I'm going to buy those, I got to invest in you, I think. So let's do 3,000 at first. Okay, a little bit more. How about... Let's do another 1,000. There we go. Solidly in the green. Sorry, below my camera there's a meter. If you give them stuff, they give you gold. They give you rating, and then they sell stuff for more, and also they have cheaper prices on their stuff. So now that dropped to... Oh, wow. That was about 20,000, and now it's 10,000. It's a huge discount. Or it might have been 15. It's very good. I want that armor. Armor is everything. Okay, now we need to give you all of my stuff. And by give, I mean sell. I'm not that generous. Yeah, I won't do that anymore. Don't need that or that. Or that anymore. She's got better. Spear of the Night. There's those boots I was looking for. Okay, you wait right there, Damon. I'll be right back with massive amounts of shit. I'm going to be back with massive amounts of stuff. Any class suggestions when I get this for PS5? Do you want to be a melee character, a ranged physical character, or do you want to be a spellcaster? Because there's very different options. What do I do with the night song? She's right there. Oh, wait, no. She disappeared, but she's fine. We saved her.
What now? Certainly.
Sort by type. I don't know how this thing sorts, but it doesn't seem like it sorts by type when you do that. much stuff to sell.
Lovely day, this. For now.
Shadowheart, can you grab some stuff
This
too?
way.
I'm muling everyone up. Everyone's gonna go with full encumbrance to this guy to sell everything. Actually, he may run out of money. Let's go back.
I'm telling you, that flaming fist was winking at me.
Well, she nodded
On
at
my
me.
way.
Very suggestively.
Damon.
What can I do for you? Of course. Wouldn't be alive to hold them if it weren't for you.
Time to get rid of all this stuff. I loaded you up with stuff too. There's a really nice mod out there called Bag of Holding, which lets you hold thousands of pounds of stuff if you don't want to deal with inventory management. Oh, I asked what kind of class do you want to be? Do you want to be a melee class, a ranged class with a bow, or do you want to be a class that casts spells? Those are your kind of options. Then I can narrow down what class for you better. Depending on what playstyle you would like. Melee? If you're a melee character, if you want to be pure melee and not worry about spells at all, then be a barbarian or a fighter. Both are very good melee characters. If you want to be a little melee but a little bit sneaky, you can be a rogue. Rogues are fun. If you want to be melee but have very good spells as well, you can be paladin. That's kind of your good, like, really good melee. Also, if you want to be melee but not use weapons, you can be monk. Monk's pretty fun too. Lots of good melee options. I'm gonna buy this armor. No, I can't afford it. I only have 50,000 gold.
Stresses me out more than the Gazette, mate.
What's in here?
You'll get a barbarian character and a fighter character by default. So if you want a class that you don't get a party member for, you can recommend monk or paladin. Unless you're evil, there's an evil paladin you can get, but excluding her. Ooh, take those infernal irons too. Artisan class isn't available. Is there a monk character? Because I haven't found a monk NPC. Yeah, I didn't think there was a monk character. Oh, they're talking about NPCs. Like which NPCs aren't available as party members. But then again, you can always make anyone any class you want if you want to respect them. Keep that in mind. Sell off all this stuff. Cabbage. 2 diamonds. That's most stuff. That's Wisterian. Those Wisterian as well. Just realized I have a couple quest items in here, which I should probably take that out of there. Okay, not bad. All right, let's go back and solve the rest of the stuff.
I'm telling you. That flame in the fist was winking at me.
What can I do for you?
I need to take a look at your wares.
Of course. Wouldn't be alive to hold them if it weren't for you.
You just sell the rest. I'll take the ribs. Chicken. Okay, how much is that? 700? That's it? I feel like that should be more than that. I do have a couple rubies. Let's see if we combine the ring with one of the diamonds. Must be down. There it is. Can't put a diamond in there. Fine. Am I gonna buy the armor? Yes.
Too long.
I will have Asterion get a discount on the armor.
What can I do for you?
Because it's just need a little bit of a discount.
Of course. Wouldn't be alive to hold them if it weren't for you.
It's $10,000. My God, it's so expensive. Alright, give me the armor. I'll pay for it legit. Ooh, that's fancy armor. Fancy.
What can I do for you?
Yeah, what's great is don't worry about what class you play in the game, because if you hate it, you can always respec it. They are very generous with respecs in this game. It's only 100 gold throughout the whole game. You can respec no matter what level you are, and also change your class. It's kind of amazing. So feel free to try whatever class sounds fun, and if it ends up sucking, just swap it out. I'll put that ring on. I'm trying to be all purples. Oh my god, the gloves match! I love it! And that even matches the hat. Only doesn't match is these damn boots. I need to get better boots.
What can I do for you? Of course. Wouldn't be alive to hold them if it weren't for you.
Okay, give me these damn boots. I want those too. Oh my god, we have a matching set. It's great. I'm very red though. I don't like the red. Like I'm wearing a cowboy hat. Now that's a sexy outfit. That looks sexy. Cloak protection's too good. I don't know if I'll ever find better than that. It's too good.
What can I do for you?
It's not a cowboy hat. Find a material worker. Can you make something with
Absolutely. Rare to get your hands on this stuff. Well done keeping it to hand.
The hat is glorious. It's covered in gems. Yeehaw!
There you are. And be careful who you show that to. It might draw the wrong kind of attention.
Yeah, you can dye armor in this game, but there's no preview for it. You just sort of dye it and pray that it's good. And once you dye something, there's no way to go back without reloading the save. The dye system needs some work. I feel like they need to have like a UI for it where you can preview and like swap them out. I wish that once you use a dye, it goes into like a dye system, and then there is dye remover. Okay, I don't know if I found that yet. It would be nice if they were to make it so that they make the dye system a UI, and then when you get dye, each dye bottle is worth like 5 charges or something, and then you can go through and preview what each item will look like with the dye and that kind of stuff. I think it'd be nice. Okay, I'm gonna have to hide the helmet because chat's making me feel bad. I'm getting bullied about my helmet. I know, got bullied, now I'm sad.
Still alive, so that's progress. What can I do for you? It's perfect, really. Just a moment, I'll be able to work this one quickly.
Can you make me some infernal stuff? And again?
What can I do for you? Well, well, well. I knew I smelled something, and I know just what to do with it. One moment.
What did you make me? Did he make me something? I don't think I got anything. Yeah, he definitely gave me nothing. Oh, it's a bug from Act 2. Aww. So I got scammed. It's okay. I didn't want cool loot that I could sell. No, chat, it's fine. I'm not sad. It's just raining on right under my eyes only. That's all. It's just rain. No, it's fine.
That might be worth a look.
Ooh, the lag is getting bad. Metal pipe? What?
Mortark, do you know of another graveyard we could use? I do, but they struggle as we do. You'll not find a casket for your daughter there.
This is ridiculous.
I just want to bury my little girl in peace.
Someone's in there, I think.
I understand.
Are you okay, sir?
Do what I can.
Oh my God.
I thought I was done for. Lady Luck, bless you.
What were you doing down there?
Sightseeing. What do you think? I filched the wrong baldy and got myself buried for the trouble. Stone Lord, he calls himself. More like stone shite.
Sound like an apt punishment for thievery.
A high and mighty type. Ahem.
What?
Oh, I've learned my ways.
No.
I'll never steal again.
They disapproved. Oops. Sometimes you say something funny and then your party members are like, I don't like that. My approval rating of you just went down. It's really, really hard on a good character to make a Astarion like you because he hates everything good you do. You help somebody, I hate it. Attack somebody, I love it.
I understand. I will do what I can.
Let's see. Julia made us an emote. I gotta find room for it. The mind-blown emote isn't being used very much, so I'll get rid of that one. And then we'll try...
What is that noise? Have people no respect for the dead?
All right, we'll try Dan O.O. 2 capital O's. Dan O.O.
Stone Lord, he calls himself. More like stone shite.
Stone shite, I'll tell him you said that.
You? You know Baldy? I mean, I shouldn't have filched him. I'll never do it again. I'll prove it. The stone shit. Lord buried me with my haul. Take it all. And tell him I'm sorry.
All right, goodbye.
I shall not be far. Death's blessings upon you.
He bear.
This headstone has been vandalized, altered to read "Rotting Place of Gothric Rillin."
Have to keep going.
Oh my. Corpse rot. Corpse rose, I mean. Mausoleum. Ooh, the frame rate. I need to restart the game. So let's go ahead and save. I'll restart because the frame rate's getting pretty pretty slow. Gothic Cheater, thank you for the 85-month resub. Appreciate that. Yeah, Act 3 memory leak is pretty rough. It hits pretty quick. The other acts, it took several hours, whereas this act, it's like an hour or two. The frame rate would go... The other acts have been fine, just this later act. When you have all the settings on 4K and cranked up all the way. Yeah, Act 1 was it took the longest for it to start slowing down. Because it's been optimized for years. They'll get it optimized over time. Make sure DLSS didn't turn itself off. Nope, still on. Act 3 is definitely the least polished act, but it's been, like, content-wise, it's been every bit as full and lovely as the others. Just a little bit on the buggy side, a little on the laggy side. You finally finish Act 1 after about 60 hours. Yeah, if you do everything there is to do, it's about 60 hours for Act 1. Act 2 is about 25 hours, so about half the size. But it's a lot more dense, like a lot of stuff in a small area. Hello.
They got him, honey. They got the bastard that did this to you.
I see a mausoleum right there. Starian, could you open that for me? See what's in there. Actually, we can go inside.
Despite everything.
Let's see where this goes.
A trap. Be cautious. Some places more dangerous than I thought.
Uh-oh. Okay, separate. Disarm the tripwire.
What's that?
Good. And then disarm that one. Better be something amazing in here with all this stuff going on. Perception failed. Shadowheart, can you move up closer?
Got to press on. Best avoid that trap.
If you could find all the traps, that would be great. Unfortunately, she failed the perception check over there.
Looks like a trap there.
Probably tripwire there that I can't see. Now, why would someone go through all the trouble to trap up an old tomb like this unless they put something valuable in it? There's gotta be something here that's like super awesome.
Shall we?
Go ahead and disarm that. Alright, open the sarcophagus. Oh, strength. Well, don't bother. I will do it.
What's hiding here?
I'm strong. Not strong enough, apparently. I can't use it right now. What?
There's no time to waste.
Come on, you got this. Nine is just enough. Okay, we have a skeleton, a shield +1. That's +3 armor class. A hewn mausoleum golden key. A skeleton that has something in it. Legacy of Hume. Kneel with the weight of all you have. Nail with the weight of all you value his feet, and he will reveal himself. A candle. Are there emotes to kneel?
Still alive, so that's progress.
Can you like kneel in this game? I don't know if there's emotes for that. I don't think so. Like, there's no chat to type stuff in. All right, let's see. Let's read the note one more time. Kneel with the weight of all you value at his feet, and he will reveal himself. What if we put a bunch of gold right there? No. Oh, that's how you open it without the strength check. Okay. Don't forget the gold. Somewhat important.
Have to keep going.
That wall looks very fake. That wall looks super fake. I don't see any way to get in there, though.
Traps. How considerate.
Wait, that wall's crumbling right there. Where does that go? Break that down. What is in there? Wait a minute. Where does this go? It's the neighboring tomb. Huh. Jump in there. Gorian Museum. Gorian. Why does that sound familiar? Gorian's Ward. That's Baldur's Gate 1. Is this a throwback to the first game? Light up the stuff so I can see. Ma'am, can you give me light?
Here lies Lord Gregorian Gorion, first High Constable of Baldur's Gate, the city's protector.
Gorian's Ward. Plea for freedom. Now, remember from Baldur's Gate 1, Gorion gave us to the monastery at Candlekeep for some reason. I can't remember why, right before he was killed.
That might be worth a look.
Ooh, there's a hole in the wall?
I don't think I'll fit through there.
Hymns for the Gone. A book of prayers to Kelvmore, judge of the dead. Someone has annotated with the following. These are little saccharine in places, but one or two have genuine merit of something more than religious doggerel. Something that actually evokes the complicated feelings of loss and hope for the departed, their well-being, their eternal preservation in some paradise. A scroll. What does that say? They say that lighting a candle at the mausoleum of Gorion grants the writer a wish. I was never the superstitious sort, but desperation makes believers of us all. Here is my wish. Please let me survive. Do not wish to be killed by cultists of any kind. Do not wish to be disappeared in the night, nor to be crushed under the steel shoe of an automaton. Everything seems so strange. Suddenly everyone seems so desperate. I'm alone in this world. If I don't look after myself, no one will. Maybe you would be willing to help me. I'll light a candle just in case. Rotten carrot. Nice. Some gold pieces. Those are mine. Patrons of our hero. Compendium lists and pays special tribute to the citizens of Baldur's Gate commissioned and paid for the mausoleum spot honoring Gorion. Gorion was a hero and sage of exceptional mind and respectable manner, and under a grayer exterior he harbored a heart that bloomed kind and good and evergreen. And let's see what's in the wicker basket. Just some rotten food. I don't see anything else in here other than... Let's have her
Whips and blades, always sharp.
Let's have Asterion disguise himself as a halfling. Through the hole if you can.
Something over there.
Durbold mausoleum. Is that a stuffed bear?
Let's move.
Scroll of animal friendship. Uh-oh. Where are you? Gale. Buddy, friend. Do you have that one spell that does the thing about the stuff? There you go. If you could please cast Seeming on all of us. Oh, you can't choose? Well, son of a bitch. Damn it. Oh, wait. Okay, how about halfling? I will choose dwarf. Shadowheart, if you can choose oops. I believe he can cast it again. No, you're going to dispel it. Shadowheart, you messed up. Damn. Okay, Gale, can you give her a scroll of disguise self? I think we have one. Actually, we have a disguise kit too. Oh, he's in battle though. Okay, you go through there.
Not a chance I'll fit in there.
Oh, it has to be halfling. Shit. Dwarf is apparently too big.
Not a chance I'll fit in there.
Did I save before I went in there? Yes. We'll just go back one. Seeming is good if you need to be, if you need your whole party to be small to fit through a tiny hole. It's not supposed to, but in this game, when you do a disguise, it does make your size smaller. Whereas in the board game, I believe disguise self makes you keep your size. It makes you illusion look smaller, but you actually are your same size.
No one back home will ever believe this. With haste.
That's curious.
What's in the tomb? Elixir of Heroism, Splint Armor, Glaive, and a body that has a necklace on it.
Here lies Lord Gregorian Gorion, first High Constable of Baldur's Gate, the city's protector.
Okay, Gale, please. Remove Dimension Door and add Seeming. We need to be halflings. I believe you are a halfling. Wait a minute, I didn't get disguised. Oops. Could have sworn I clicked on myself, but apparently I did not. Hello, Chromatic Corpse. Says Dan Wave, Dan Duck, Dan Hug, and Dan Love. Those are some lovely emotes. Thank you so much for using them.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Probably. You are the paladin, after all. I'll take that stuff, because, you know, he's dead. He doesn't need them.
That's curious. Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
Need to be a halfling. Shadowheart, you need to be a halfling. Gale, you need to be a halfling. I think we're all halflings now. Yeah, it really zoomed in on that one on his face. There we go. The Durban Hounds.
Here lies the houndmaster of the Durinbolds, surrounded by his loyal pack, good boys and girls all.
Take the scroll of animal friendship. Wait, hold
Moving
on.
ahead.
Can you drink a potion of... That's fine. Uh-oh. Ghosts. Houndmaster pole. The good boys and girls are going to attack us. They can fly. Oh my god, that's amazing. Imagine good boys that can also fly. Oops, hoochie me. That's funny. Let's see. Got to cast armor on yourself. Oops. Try lightning. It's pretty good damage. Not all the way though. Paladin, that's me, right? Yeah. Yes. Attack. Wait, no, that's Shadowheart. Never mind.
Nothing important is ever easy.
That's me. So weird being a dwarf, I'm so used to human. Aha! No hitting today. Oh, that's no, that's hysteria. Oop. The portraits are confusing me. I'm like, who's who?
You're mine.
Predator essence. What? Go ahead and finish him off. That is... What's her face? Yes, so... Take the flame. Reaction is unavailable. So the ghosts had nothing on them, of course.
At the ready.
Xena.
Lionheart Xena, fierce watchdog. At night, no one dared to pass her post.
Go ahead and save. Cloud giant strength. Ooh. Xena, aw, dead doggy. Owlbear beak. Careful, this owlbear saw some bite. Stuffed owlbear toy. $42 balls. Oh my god.
Chief Houndmaster Paul, who trained our pack to perfection.
Arrow many targets. Potion of animal speaking. Animal friendship. A bone. Dead people don't need their stuff anymore. They've been long dead forever. What are they gonna do with it?
Brave and loyal Rocky, who saved his master from an ambush.
Oops. It's not worth it. Now, where does this go? Oh, all the different mausoleums have different entrances. What about the outhouse right there? Actually, what's in these double doors here? Hello there. Oh, let's dispel our disguises. For my sanity.
Don't touch me.
Not as bad as it could have.
I'm sorry for your loss, but it will be a 10-day before I can take your departed. Maybe more. If you notice any odors before then, treat the body with jasmine, honeysuckle, whatever you can get.
Why are you look an awful lot like the witch from earlier, ma'am? Looking for a grave, name of M. Kerwin.
Kerwin? Oh, yeah. He's just outside, under the great willow with the drooping branches. It's good of you to come. He hasn't had any visitors in a long time.
Kinda sus, ma'am. You're looking like that witch from earlier. Just want to pay my respects.
It's important to remember those who have gone before us. I wish there were more like you.
Ma'am, I need to save the game and make sure you're not a witch. So let me just go ahead and...
Your actions have not gone unnoticed. If they persist, it seems
Oops, okay, nope. She's not a witch. She's fine. We're good, chat. Just normal old lady. Just had to make sure, just in case. You can't be too cautious. There's shapeshifters and there's hags everywhere. You gotta, like, pop them out of their disguise.
Light on my feet.
What is upstairs? Why am I looking for the grave again? Is it under the great willow?
I'm gonna save you, Garrett. I promise. You're not allowed to play here. It's not respectful.
We must play here. This is where they like to hide.
But it's not allowed. Why are you being stupid?
M. Kerwin, treasured.
You're going to be in so much trouble.
Can you guys leave briefly? I need to dig up this grave. Shadowheart, can you go talk to the little girl, please?
He won't listen to me. I told him it's naughty to play.
He made one with the sword. Focus on how of course we'll talk.
What?
Here, what's he doing? Get them sausage fingers off my crate.
What? Who are you? What in the hells? Were you buried in there?
Yeah, well, no. I dug in, see?
Looking for trinkets. Found them too. And I found them first, so you can find your own bleeding grave to rob.
This crate was promised to Ninefingers. You don't want to steal from her, do you? One short. Ah. There, that's better.
Ninefingers. But damn it! Look, I didn't know it was the ladies. How could I? Ain't no one's name on it. So it's yours, okay?
Thank you, Will Smash.
Ninefingers gets a crate. I get to keep breathing. And everyone's good, yeah?
Pleasure doing business with you.
Yeah, pleasure's all yours, mate.
Grave Prospector. Asterion is inspired. Dun, dun, dun. Where'd the little girl go? Seems she vanished.
How much farther can I go?
I don't know where she went. Hello there, sir.
Come out, sister. I will find you.
An air of decay hangs over the stooped beggar's form. The smell of rot. The smell of death.
Sister always hides from me. She likes to play.
You're a bit old for hide and seek, aren't you?
Sister is older than me. She always likes to play. She hides in the ground, but I will find her.
Are you okay? Have you no one else? No other family?
Mother and father hide in the ground with her. I will find them soon. I like this game, but it is less fun to play it alone.
Well, that's sad.
With a bouquet, freshly picked.
Okay. Hello, Maud.
Would Sarah like some flowers? They do a wonder at brightening up a grave. I bring fresh ones to my husband's every few days.
Sorry for your loss.
I'm not. My husband was an arse. But he gave me 3 beautiful kids. So the old goat gets flowers. I get them up by Bloombridge. A druid lives that way, so you know they're extra fresh.
What use do the dead have with flowers, though?
They're not for the dead. They're for the living. Same with funerals, coffins, all of it. I put flowers on my husband's grave for me. To remember the good from the bad. We get on better now than when he was still alive.
Because you can't talk. Let's see your flowers.
Of course.
Well, never mind. You have nothing to care
Come
about.
back anytime. You won't find fresher.
Thank you, sir. Barbie ma'am.
I can let flowers say what words never can.
Keep a lookout. The Mortark don't take kindly to raising the dead, but I won't be long, I promise.
Who are you raising from the dead?
My big brother, Garrett. He got killed by that murderer guy, but I'm gonna fix him. Now, keep watch. Exorde me, Merkel. Resuscita frater meum. Immorte ad me redigo eo.
The air crackles with power before fizzing out. The child has power but lacks control.
You're close.
Smirkle! I can feel your shadow! Give my brother back, please!
That was dangerous. You must never do that again, or I will smite you.
I don't care what you say! I'm gonna save my brother!
Then you shall be smited, villain! Die!
Regression has won you no friends. Any further violence could be met with the same.
She's evil and must be smited! Righteous justice! I love how he did like the leap to slam down on her. She was evil doing necromancy. She deserved to die.
Oh, you're close, Smirkle. I can feel your shadow.
Your brother deserves to rest in peace. Let him. Let him rest in peace.
The Mortark said the same thing. But I miss him. A lot. Fine. I won't try again. For now, at least.
Damn right. Lady. Now I am inspired. And so is she.
Should mind.
Grab the bone cap over there. Grand mausoleum. Go ahead and pick that, please. Astarion. Is that Gorian's? No, this is a different one. Ancient mausoleum.
What path lies before me?
Watch how you go. It's a trap.
Okay, well, where's the trigger for those?
Trap. Be cautious.
Saving.
A long way to
Go ahead and cast light on me. It's dark in here.
No time to rest.
What is back here? A corpse rose. Take that.
Time to press ahead.
Crumbling journal. I was still supplicant when I came face to face with him, masked in gold, his skin fine and worn as parchment. Jurgle the Death Keeper, the end of everything. I asked what he needed of me. He asked a simple question: what is the worth of a single mortal's life? I knew not how to respond, and said as such. He seemed nonplussed, neither disappointed nor pleased. I fell to my knees in respect for his awesome power. This garnered no reaction. There I stayed, trembling with an old emotion I could not name. And when I stood again, the final scribe was gone. Well, now I know who that guy is. Jurgle the... His name is Jurgle. A.K.A. Withers. Case file 847. Baldur's Gate versus the Flynn Silver. Case for prosecution. Mr. Silver did, with forethought and without malice, kill William Lister and Semi-Tyrant at their home as part of an ungodly ritual to honor the dead three. One of the dead three, the gods Bane, Baal, or Merkel. Case for defense. I know nothing about any gods. All I know is Bill and Simi were trying to cut me out of our deal, and they got what they had coming. Both those symbols and stuff, and how the guts were arranged, I don't know nothing. Verdict: deaths commuted to banishment, as so long as not to anger higher powers. The unclaimed. Turn. Well, let's you go ahead and disarm all these chests, please. 25. Yeah, disarm that one.
Step lightly.
And yeah, it's interesting that Jurgle is interested in helping us. I wonder what his story is.
I've got a long road ahead.
Okay, saving. What do we got in here? Guidance. There we go. Better. Grand Mausoleum Offerings Key. Revivify. Sure. Let's see what is in these two chests over here. Yeah, Jurgle said he was sent to help us, so...
Best be on my way.
One of the gods must not want what's going down to happen, because they sent someone to help us.
Grief is hard. Let flowers say what words never can.
Yeah, Jurgle only cares about one thing. That's protecting fate, the timeline. And I guess what the people are doing now goes against that.
Your daughter's casket her rights will be said. Her body made one with the soil. Try not to focus on the how or when.
Of course, Mortark.
Lost in thought.
Hold on. I've got to take care of some business. Gale, if you wouldn't mind. All done. All right, let's go save the world.
One day I'll catch a break.
The city is chock-a-block with bodies, thanks to these murders. I can barely keep up with all the orders.
Grab the mare grass.
This keeps up.
Stop wasting my time.
Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Free Orpheus. Oh. Forge of the Nine.
Brighten up a loved one's grave with a bouquet.
Not my
Oh, it's
type.
his forge.
He's not been near a razor in months.
Let's go talk to Diabolist over here.
But nothing's happening. Oh, shit! That was 4 times, wasn't it?
I get it.
The Devil's Fee.
The Devil's Fee? That sounds ominous.
Here goes nothing.
Hello, what manner of shop is this?
I welcome thee to the Devil's Fee, where every hellish curio's a rarity. So merry be and shop with glee.
Bars. Did you help Lord Gortash produce some hellish curios by any chance?
You must be awfully familiar with our esteemed Archduke to know about a thing like that.
We were lovers. It was all very steamy.
My, what a juicy morsel. I didn't think he liked your type. Anyway, you seek answers. Lord Mammon seeks coin. I will happily mediate. Make me an offer.
It's customary for any salesperson to offer a free sample. Nailed it.
The first hit's free, eh? Fine, I'll humor you, mortal. Just this once. You stand before Mammon's picklock, latchkeeper of the 9 hells. My business is not information, nor hellish curios. Not really. I break people into the hells. That's my thing. I can reveal to you that I opened a portal for Lord Gortash.
Raphael told me the crown of Karsus was stolen from Mephistopheles. Were you involved with that?
Raphael. That sounds vaguely familiar, but I have a terrible memory for names. The only thing that jogs it is coin.
You greedy. Here, would you want 100 gold?
I mean, I suppose that'll do. Stingy bastard.
I don't have much money,
Yes,
ma'am.
You are quite correct. The Crown of Karsus left the vault, and an opportunity opened for a devil named Raphael. His House of Hope is furnished with a great deal of treasures, many related to Karsus. But alas, he lacks the crown itself. He's rather ambitious. One can only wonder what he has planned for the crown. The answers to that can probably be found within his house.
I think it's about time we imposed ourselves on Raphael's hospitality for a change.
Can you help me break into the House of Hope?
What a fascinating proposition. Ludicrous, of course, but fascinating nevertheless. Very well. If you wish to die in Avernus, that's your business. Mine is charging you for it. Of course, such a task will require quite the substantial donation to Lord Mammon's coffers.
20,000?
Such a task would be tantamount to suicide. Do not even entertain it.
20,000? Waive the fee and I'll add one of Raphael's artifacts to your collection. Oh, damn, they haven't fixed the glitch. Looks like it reloaded the save again. 1 second. It bugged out again. I don't know what to do.
Such a task would be tantamount to suicide. Do not even entertain it.
Sorry, just had to take a small break. Damn, these bugs, man. I tell you, there's like these bugs that keep happening. I have like a plus 12 when I can't roll an 8. Don't worry, I'm submitting a bug report right now. Dear Larian, my game keeps locking up after I fail a roll and reload the last save. Can you help me?
Do not even entertain it.
We double checked your bug, sir, and we think that the bug is caused by you pressing the F8 button after a failed roll. Don't lie to us. We're on to you. There we go. Success.
You put me in a difficult position, mortal. You are almost certain to fail. Almost. And so, there is a chance you might succeed. Fine. I'd like to be able to carry all of my precious stock without the need of a team of oxen. There are gauntlets of hill giant strength within the House of Hope. Free passage, and you fetch them for me. Deal?
No! I want those. Those sound awesome. I want them. That's like 21 Actually, wait a minute. It's only 21 strength. That's not that great, because I already have 20 myself. Oh, 23. No, too dangerous.
My time is money, and you've wasted too much of it. Get out of my sight.
You should have picked a different relic, ma'am. Ma'am, come back here. Come back here. Ma'am?
Is something on your mind?
Hold on.
You could always
Hold on. Ma'am?
My most prospective customer. Welcome back.
Regards to the House of the Hope.
My offer still stands.
I've already paid too much. You're ripping me off.
Correction, dear. Lord Mammon is ripping you off. It's sort of his thing.
Very well. Here you go.
Why? The risk almost seems worth it when there's such pretty coins involved. Allow me to outline how this is going to work. First, you were never here. We never spoke. Second, you will perform the rites yourself. I want absolute deniability. Here's the grimoire and necessary components. Oh, take this key, too. It unlocks the ritual room upstairs. There's a blood circle already drawn. Don't ask whose blood.
Along with the grimoire and components, Helsik hands you a note containing precise instructions for performing the ritual.
Finally, you were never here. That is of utmost import to remember. Now be gone.
Ma'am, hello.
My most prospective customer.
Just gonna buff you with a spell for no reason at all.
Careful, I bite.
Astarion is gonna do Astarion things. Oh my. Got it.
They're my
Nailed it. When you make a spell attack roll, you spend sorcery point to gain advantage. Oh, we don't have sorcery points. So at a turn, wearer gains momentum equal to their charisma modifier. Oh, never mind. We don't have charisma. Lush burgundy. I want that. Give me all those beautiful dyes. Go ahead and just take all that. Should pass all these checks easily. She's gonna rob me by making me pay her 20,000 gold to go to a portal to hell? I don't think so. We're gonna get all... Oh, no, not that one. We're gonna get our value back out of her.
What a generous pocket.
She does evil demon stuff, therefore she doesn't deserve my holy protection. Oh, look, there's 20,000 gold that I gave her.
Like candy from a gnome.
Saving. 20,000 gold. All right, here we go. Just to warn you, the Larian chat issued a warning on Twitter just now. It said that when you're pickpocketing from this vendor here, sometimes it will reload the last save. So if you see that happen, it's okay. It's
Your attempt at pickpocketing.
see, it just sometimes it just glitches, it locks up, reloads the last save. It happens. We'll figure it out. We'll get through these bugs together. Yeah, sometimes it glitches a lot.
Your attempt at pickpocketing.
Nope, 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 nope. It's just a very weird bug. We'll work through it together. Do I want to do a sponsored Guild Wars 2 stream? I don't know. I haven't played Guild Wars 2 in forever. Oh! We got past the glitch, guys. Good. Oh, second glitch. Got through it. Perfect. Nailed it. That one's not worth it. All right, now, go invisible. And get the hell out of here. Go way over there.
My most prospective customer. Welcome back.
Well, hello. What do you have in your shop? I would like to see. What? You have no money? How shocking. That is sad.
Now you've seen what I have for thee. Remember, discretion is key at the Devil's Fee.
You've been robbed? What? Oh my god.
A thief's been emptying pockets around here. You might want to allay some suspicions before things get out of hand.
I assure you, I've committed no crime.
You have a convincing air of innocence about you. That's enough for now.
I'm sorry, it wasn't me. I don't know who you're talking about. Oh, Asterion, could you, I am just a beautiful half-orc female. Just living my best life. Clearly, I haven't stolen anything ever. I'm just hanging out in the crowd over here.
Moving in.
Are you okay, ma'am? Are you done looking for your robber?
My most perceptive, prospective customer. Welcome back.
Welcome back indeed. Are you done looking for the criminal? I think you are.
What's that?
And these things are still
All right, let's go back over
I
here.
strongly suggest that you reconsider this course of action.
No.
Whatever you expect to gain from the Hells is not worth the risk of traveling there uninvited.
What's the worst that could happen? It's just hell.
Watch the shadows.
That's the Emperor, the Mind Flayer that's been in our head the whole time. Oh, a lovely circle of blood all
Need to
drawn
find
out
a way
perfectly like
forward.
that. That's nice. Get your level 5 slots back, please. There's one. And two.
Have a lot on my mind. And, well, in it.
Okay, let's do a short rest.
That took the edge off.
There you go. Alright, let's see. We got the instructions here. Grimoire bound in imp skin. To open a portal, you must place ritual items in the proper places on the blood star. Place the skull on the star point near the altar. Like right there. Okay. Place the coin of Memon on the next point to the right. Counting clockwise, skip a point and place the diamond on the next one. Place the incense on the point that follows the diamond. Finally, place the infernal marble in the center of the star. Let's save first.
But there is no reason to provoke him by invading his home.
I'm just making a save. Maybe it'll be okay. House of Hope. Regret. Horrors and fierce challenges await the unprepared in hell. Are you sure you wish to proceed? Is your party truly ready? Maybe we should hit level 12. We're almost there. We're very close to 12. Might as well just wait to 12, you know. We're so close to it. Well, it's fine. Raphael will probably be a little bit mad if we go in there and steal from him. Slightly perturbed.
That might be worth it.
A monster horn.
Imitation horns, but barely distinguishable from the real thing.
Horns of a war devil. How does one even acquire such an item?
I don't know. That bus seems sus.
I get it. You're scared.
I'm sure leaving a portal to hell open will have no consequences at all. What's the
Interviews, politics,
It's gonna be
gossip,
fine.
All of it gets in that bloody Baldur's mouth rag. Except what the people actually want in a
Oh, let's go return the gold over the county house. Well, no place closer, so let's run over there.
These boots have seen everything.
Yeah, my character said it was fake, and then Gale was like, no, that's real. Oops. That's very real. Other side. Oops.
The moaning isn't helping anyone.
Helps me. Good to get it off your chest.
I found a spell that turns things to gold permanently and accidentally turned Gale into gold. Oops. Luckily, they had the reload option.
How did you end up as a counting house?
Let's go down.
Required.
Daughter of Darkness. We have found a Sharon lookout for Ferg Drower. He revealed that the cloister is hidden in a place called the House of Grief and lower city of Baldur's Gate.
And so bed sheets improve.
Did I find that? Okay. I like that they set up an elaborate vault here that you can like bank rob if you want to be an evil character.
Balance the book and move on like always.
Or we did it as well. Okay, go back here. I understand spell slots. Want to equip more spells. That stat dependent? I believe, yes. For wizards, it's you get a set number for your wizard level plus your intellect modifier. So you can. So we're level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then we get an additional 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Modifier plus 1. That's what it is. So as a wizard, we're level 11. So you get 1 slot per level, and then you get an extra slots for your modifier of your class. At least for wizards. I'm not sure how it works for other classes. Also, they introduced some magic items to give you additional slots for spells.
Immediately. Coming out of my wages.
What the hell's? It's all funny money in the end, anyway.
Hello.
I hope you've come to make a lodgment. A city-sized one?
I have. Well, that's Gale. He doesn't get the credit I do. I'm the paladin. I'm the righteous one.
I hope you've come to make a...
You lost innocent people's money. The guild ought to swallow some of that cost.
Oh, you're serious? Maybe you don't have a head for accounting, but that's not quite how numbers work.
A lot of people will suffer. You can be the one who did that to them, or you can be the one who helped. What? Son of a biscuit. There we go.
Oh, enough. Should I wash the feet of every beggar down by the docks too? Fine. I'll pull in some debts with other guild kingpins. I can cover maybe half of what's lost. But I need something back. Understand?
Oh, I have all the gold. Now I'll keep half of it. Here you go.
And not even a whisker light. God, you're a boring bastard. Me too, I suppose. Because I'm not even tempted to scam you. Take this vault key. You'll find something by way of thanks inside.
The light of his gold back rack will reward you handsomely with 2,600 gold.
I'm a dead man.
Ooh, we made some good profit there. Oh, Asterion, give me my gold. Thank you. Asterion, why do you only have 18,000 gold? Where'd the other piece of it go? Asterion. Asterion! Something sus with him.
Watch your back.
He stole 22,000, and now he only has 18,000.
Mum used to tell me about mid-school
Something sus.
On my way.
Take that gold chalice. Oh, I already stole the reward. Okay. I mean, borrowed it. Kept it safe. I kept it safe. From thieves. Kept it safe from thieves. I'm hoarding it in case someone tries to steal it. There's no safer place to have your goods than in my pocket.
Walking funny isn't a crime.
That looks like a secret door.
With of undeath to this place. Curious.
Why is there a stone wall there? Huh.
My width is very faint.
Why do I hear
You have done well. You are released.
What? What is that? There's something sus going on in there.
I'm impressed and appalled in equal measure.
Astarion, what is in there? I hear whispering and evilness.
Is that blood?
I sense evil. Phil Graves' mansion. Must be some other way inside.
You carry strange tidings. Strictly.
What's happening in here?
You do not have an appointment. What possible reason could you have to enter the presence of Mystic Carrion?
Carrion, really? Mystic Carrion? Are you some kind of fortune teller?
I am not. I am a spirit medium. One capable of bridging the void between the living and the unliving. This plane and the next. You do not possess the aptitude to attempt such a journey. Nor are you the caliber of client I would usually offer to escort.
How did a medium end up in Baldur's Gate?
My story has been eternities in the making. Were I to recount it, you would return to dust before I finish the first sentence. As for why I chose this place as my home, it is a city rife with anguish, rippling with disturbed spiritual energy. The people here required a reassuring hand to navigate such waters, and so I offered mine. If that is the sum of your curiosity, then I'm afraid we have nothing more to discuss. In this life, at least. Unless, of course, you are looking for a job.
Wait a minute. Quest? I do quests?
Yes. My spirits stir. They think you might be capable. Very well. You may help me with a small matter. I have an assistant, Thrumbo. A conduit I used to maintain my connections with the ethereal plane. Unfortunately, he has deserted his duties. He has not gone far, but given the sensitivity of his nature, I would prefer that he is not free to roam the city. Return Thrumbo's body to me, and I will see that you are suitably compensated.
As in like a reward. First, tell me why he ran.
It's quite simple. He resented having to work for a living. The undead can be rather lazy in that regard. He was always a simple, contented creature, a beggar to the bone. Perhaps he has forgotten how ungenerous the world can be, or simply prefers to live in the gutter. If he does not value the gift I gave in reanimating that wretched flesh of his, then I will take it back. It is my property, not his.
Is this the game of the year? I think this is bigger than game of the year. Probably game of the decade. Just thinking about the last 10 years, there's very few games that I would put on the level of this. Like, it's that good. It's very, very good. And We probably won't get another one quite like it for quite some time because these games take a long time to make. Witcher 3 was 2009. That wasn't even 10 years ago. That was more than 10 years ago. Oh my God, was it? Let me double check. Oh, never mind. Never mind. It's 2015. My bad. Yeah, Witcher 3 is probably up there. But I would say this is even better than The Witcher 3 because the combat in this game is really fun and really, like, varied and balanced, whereas the combat in Witcher 3 is very controversial. Some people really like it, which is great. Some people don't like it as much. Some people think it's kind of like wishy-washy. But this game has, like, really good everything, like combat, writing, graphics. Like, it's got it all. And tons of replayability because you can make a new character every time. You have new party composition every time. Like, the game changes based on your decisions drastically and not just occasionally, like all the time. It's really good. So I'd say this is probably going to edge out The Witcher 3 a little bit. Witcher 3 is really good, but it's just going to be a little bit better. Just a little bit. Yeah, I agree. I think that the game could use one more difficulty setting that's above Tactician, because Tactician, I've only had to reload, I think, one fight on Tactician, because the game has been easy enough to get it in one shot almost every time. It's very rare for me to ever, like, lose a Tactician fight. Baldur's Gate's a big city, and that name's not much to go on.
Had I thought you were the type to shout his name from the rooftops, I would never have offered you the job. Thrumbo is not alone in his ingratitude. He has led others in my service astray. 3 of them, beggars and zombies alike. The others lack even Thrumbo's modicum of intelligence. It should be no great task to wring his location from one of them.
You've got a deal.
Then, with the spirits herein our witnesses, the arrangement is made. They will follow your progress with great interest. As will I.
I have trouble with the camera controls. How to use the camera so smoothly? Use the WAS keys to move around, and also hold down the middle mouse button to rotate, and scroll to zoom in. With that, it's pretty easy. If you want to, you can also turn on edge scrolling if you want to put your mouse on the edge of the screen to scroll as well. Another option, you can use all the mouse.
My spirits told me you were capable, yet you stand in my presence, and Thrumbo is nowhere to be seen.
Thrumbo is quite the name. Do you need a trade?
But of course, one must never be scared to part with gold. It's better spent than buried.
I don't agree with that. I need all the gold. Let the undead blanch with fear. Undead have disadvantage on attack rolls against you, and you have advantage on saving throws against reactions and spells. And you can turn undead. Light armor. Armor of the Spore Keeper. While the wearer gains +1 bonus to spell damage and spell DC when dealing necrotic damage. They deal an additional 1 necrotic damage. Spore Sacs. When imbuing with symbiotic entity, you gain Bitterbang Spores, Simex Spores, and Haste Spores. Ooh. You gain +2 bonus to spell save DC and spell attack rolls. That's cheap as hell and really good. That's like really good. For only $150, that's cheap as hell. I don't think he priced that one correctly. That's like really It's an amazing wizard hat. Yeah, it seems like the prices on hats are a little funky right now. Give that to Gale. Yeah, that's really good for you. Hide it, though. Can I talk to whatever that thing is? Oh, God.
Not food, client.
Well trained.
It shall be done.
I don't like your use of undead, sir, but I do like completing quests, so I'll do the quest.
Have done well.
Sacred Defense. Starion, what's in there?
A crooked touch.
What do we have in here?
Not allowed up. Must go down. Customers downstairs.
Okay. It's a very weird house.
Carry strange tidings. You have my word.
Right. How are you supposed to get in here? Is there like a different way?
You have done well. You are released. For now.
Okay. We'll try to find his minion. What does that sign say? Looks like explosives or fireworks. So Filgrave's Mansion gave me a little side quest. Alright, let's go back this way and see what we can find. Is that a gazebo? Is this game better than Divinity 2? Yes. Like, much better. Divinity 2 is good, but this one's like way better than that one.
Something over there.
Can I dig that up that everyone keeps seeing that as a crime? Nope. Wait, there's a hole there.
Best keep your hands to yourself. You're being watched.
What? I just moved that. Calm down.
Not a chance I'll fit in there.
Is this better than the Golem game? I'll have to finish this game to really tell for sure. Because I'm not sure yet.
Just discussing the weather, dearie. Nothing of interest to you.
Hello.
Plenty to do and see in the gate. No need to barge in our private chat.
Astarion? Can you, turn invisible?
Not even her.
Still got the goods. You keeping your end?
Flour. 9 whole sacks. Just don't think too hard about where they came from.
Did some upper city type wake up to find an empty larder this morning?
So they're buying stolen food. Okay. Surprisingly not that interesting. Stolen food. Oh wait, that's not that big of a deal. Y'all hungry? It happens. What?
Just when I think we've seen the ugliest.
What the? Oh my God! Mermaids! Or mermans, or lizard people. They are vulnerable to lightning and cold. Oh, really?
Let's go.
Well, we do have plenty of that damage. Don't shoot the innocent guy. Some decent damage there. All right, cold. You don't like the cold, huh? Well, I'm sorry. Maybe you get... Oh, no, that's not much. How about a little lightning? Woo! Cold. You don't have any cold. You do have thunder, though.
On my way.
They hate cold and lightning. They are resistant to fire damage, so as long as it's not fire, we're fine. Oh, that's thunder, not... Well, yours isn't that exciting. Go ahead and boom! Haha! Uh-oh, he's in a frenzy. That's bad. Ah, you missed. That guy's a problem. Ooh, charmed. Good. $804 damage? I don't think so. I think it was just a... Let's see... Well, he did 104, 90, 122, 110 damage. She did 24, 19, 17. So no, there's no 80. There's no 800 damage. Time for me to attack you, sir, so you don't attack them. And again. Boom. Go ahead and jump over there. And stab him in the back. Or miss. You don't like cold, huh? Well, I'm sorry. Here you have some more. Oh, we're level 12. Max level.
My faith will protect me.
Boom. Oh, no you don't. Or maybe you do. Oh. Dragged it off the bar. What was it? Jump. Put the jump action back on there, please. Now jump. And smite. And again. I don't really need to waste it. Staring gets to go second.
Had you for cutting those creatures down, truly? Gods know what would have happened if you weren't here.
I would have missed out on loot and experience points. Don't say such horrible things.
Those things smell like a fishmonger's unsold stock. What are they?
I don't know, some sort of mermaid thing? I don't know.
Guts all over my boat.
Whatever the hell they are.
Thought I'd be used to the smell of fish by now. Not that smell.
Should I open the Zentarum chest?
I think I might have
The Zentarum chest doesn't really have anything to do with your class at all.
Having these things lying around is bad for business.
Fish? Waterlogged letter. If you're reading this, I'm probably dead. Trapped underwater by madmen and fish fucks. Explosives everywhere, no way out, praying for help. Marjorie, Quentin, Holly, I love you all. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, buddy. Starfish. Level 12 is max, yes.
Please, sir. Oh, please.
Well, let's go ahead and save. The black screen black portrait bug is still there, so we need to switch over to Vulcan real fast. Otherwise, we'll have a permanently black portrait. Like we can't see anything. So switch over to Vulcan. There's no level cap in Starfield. Interesting. I'm sure it'll get exponentially harder as you go up, and hopefully they fixed it. But every vanilla Bethesda game, you become a god around level 20. So hopefully they figure out a way to like make it so that the game remains challenging even if you're super high levels, because if it's too easy you get kind of bored, but if it's too hard all the time you don't feel like you have progress. So hopefully there's some like good balance. We'll see though. Let's all take a little copium. That Starfield will be amazing and perfect, and there'll be very few bugs, and it's gonna be amazing. What if? Okay, now this is the biggest hit of copium we have ever taken, chat. So you may have to type the copium emote several times, okay? But what if Starfield was better than Baldur's Gate 3? Okay, so take all the copium. Empty the supply. Drain the reserves of copium. Take it all.
Please, kind sir, can you spare a few coins to feed my son?
Yes, drain every last bit of it. Every reserve. Lucky is so good, though. I love Lucky. Two ritual spells of your choice. Speak with animals? Is it worth a feat though? Nah, no. No. I'm here to investigate the cause of worldwide shortage of copium. Apparently there's a leak here or something. Yes. We'll max out our strength. We have an item for charisma. After we get the gauntlets of hill giant strength, we can then dump all of our strength stat, because it'll be set high with our gloves, and then put those points into other things if we want to super min-max. If we want to be super crazy min-maxy, we could do that. Take all the points put into strength and put it into charisma and constitution. The ultimate tank. Let's see. Oh, by the way, Amelia Tyler in chat is the voice actress of the narrator in the game. So if you think the narrator is amazing, make sure you tell her how much you love her performance, because she did a brilliant job, especially on the evil lines. The evil lines are phenomenally read, every one of them. Let's see, feet. I did the evil thing for the painting the picture, and when you said she's a little less regal now, I was like, that's good. I like it. Last one. We could go concentration is not bad. So let's see. Performer resilient, and then we do constitution. I think that's fine. All right, and then Gale. Mr. Wizard. 2 spell slots. I mean, you'll learn them all eventually anyways. Flesh to stone. Turning someone into stone is pretty fun. Freezing spear. I like that one. Circle of death. Sounds pretty fun too. Feet. There's a spell one, I thought. Spell sniper. You learn a cantrip. Remember, you need to roll a crit while attacking. It's reduced by 1. With a spell is reduced by 1. That sounds fun. It's a different version of one you already know. You will have access to both. Eldritch Blast, Thorn Whip. I'll get you Spell Sniper. That sounds fun. And then for Asterion, let's feet. You already have 20 decks. You don't really need anything else. Maybe intellect. Constitution is okay. I don't really need intellect because it's not really going to be doing too much. Mobile is fun. Move speed increases. Difficult terrain to slow down when you dash. If you move, If you move after making a melee attack, you don't provoke opportunity attacks from your target. It's pretty fun. I'm gonna give him lucky. Or did I give him? I gave him dual wield already. Resilience, ritual caster. Make web attacks, roll your damage die twice, use the higher result. That's not bad. That sounds pretty good. Consistently high damage. Savage attacker sounds pretty good. I'll do that. Try to get really good damage, especially that should work with his sneak attack as well, which could up his damage quite a bit. Alright, now that everyone's leveled, we need to go back into DirectX again. I do hope they fix the bug with the portraits.
Please, kind sir, can you spare a few coins to feed my son?
Sorry, ma'am, I only have 42,000 coins in my pack. I cannot spare any. Well, it's possible they make it work with sneak attack too. We'll be able to tell once we roll one time. In the next edition of D&D, they're going to be changing the way feats work so that most feats will give you stat points too. So that way you don't have to choose only between stats or feats. You can get feats, and most of them will have stat points as well. So that way you can get more feats. They're also adding like high-level feats too that only can be taken at high level to make them stronger. Yeah, they're also core, so they're part of the base game, not optional. Although I've never played in a game where they weren't allowed because they're just fun. And usually you always take the stat point anyways, except for the few broken ones like Lucky and a couple others. Warcaster's really good on a cleric. Any melee spellcaster that has to concentrate really needs to have Warcaster.
Please, kind sir, can you spare a few coins to feed my son? He's sick and likely to die. Please, sir. Oh, please.
What path lies before me?
There is a hatch over here? For what? Oh, there's a dead animal carcass. That's sad. Vaughnen's house. 2 One-Eye. Dear One-Eye, I don't know who you are, but I know we have a friend in common, a dear friend who I haven't heard from in a while. Last time we spoke, she said she was meeting you. She hasn't been seen since. I'm not trying to accuse you of anything. I'm worried. If you know anything about her whereabouts, please come and find me. I'll be at the Water Queen's house. Let's take a look in here. Beach house hatch key. Bag of holding. Oh, there's a hatch here. Where's that go? Usually when you stumble into a random basement in this game, it leads to like a crazy dungeon that is unmarked. So let's find out what the hell's down here. Oh, there's a trap. I disarmed it though with my face. Starion, could you please disarm that? Oh no, don't. Oh, disarm. Don't. Do you not have disarming stuff? You do. So he can't disarm it. He can only use it.
Is that blood? No.
Oh, probably because I set it up. Nope. It's fine.
Breathe deep.
Oh, disarmed it again.
This place is trapped.
A fishing rod. There's a lever there. Does Astarion, could you please shoot that? Oh, a secret smuggling dock.
Very well.
I see. Scrapbook of love letters. They must be coded. Silver plate. Rusty long sword. This is where like a smuggler's den is, I guess.
Avoid that trap.
Okay, could Astarion, could you please do that? Do you think someone will make a no quick save mod? If you don't want to play with, if you don't want to quick save and quick load, don't press the button. It's that simple. No mod necessary. Just don't press quick save and don't press quick load. This sounds like you have a self-control problem. If you don't want to reload the save, then don't. Yeah, you can also just go into the controls and make sure that those buttons don't do anything.
Let's move.
Smuggler's note. What does that say? Hey, One Eye. Sure. I can get you and your wave servant filthy out of town without Captain Grizzly or the flood tide knowing. Meet me at the abandoned beach house, you know, when the moon rises on the night of 14 Mepinoff. Bring that damn big gem dagger I like. Sneakers. Scrawl beneath in a different hand, 1486. Sounds like a safe code or something. Counting house, safe key. Oh, I already cleared that out. Never mind. I emptied that place. There's no loot in there anymore. Scrapbook. Salt stained scrapbook contains dozens of envelopes glued to its inner pages. Perhaps these envelopes once contained letters, but now they're all gone but two. Letter 1 to Winky. Oh, Winky, how I long to be away with you on the open seas. Away from the grim old flood tide. Away where I can love you freely and without fear. With my ability to charm fish from the waves, we'll never lack for food. And you know I never tire of your chowder. Letter 2. Dear Salty, the moon shades, I'll show them to you, lass, and we'll dance on them silver beaches in the silver moonlight. But I don't want no trouble on our sea journey, so first I must make my peace with Umberlee with a grand donation. Not much longer, Salty. Rusty dagger. Alright, a little side area. Little bits of story. A couple of keys and stuff. Pretty good. My next character, I'm going to make him the lockpicker because the lockpicker and trap disarmer gets to do more things than any other person in the whole game. Because this game puts so many traps.
Phil Graves' mansion.
That's a familiar voice. Wonder who voiced that. They must be very talented.
An entire edition dedicated to one lord and his metal toys. Gortash has got
Guild
to be
Hall
paying the Malcolm
entrance.
fees.
What Guild Hall? Baron's Coop.
Property in constant use. Gathering strictly prohibited.
Go ahead and lockpick.
Crack is open.
You know, one mod that I think would be nice for the game is quick pickpocketing. Sorry, quick lockpicking and quick trap disarming. So you like click on it and it just rolls instantly, so you know if you pass or fail. Instead of bringing up the screen every time, because it's a lot of dice rolling when you're lockpicking and disarming traps. A lot of it.
That might be worth a look.
Uh-oh. Eviction notice.
I've had it. Snowstorms inside the house, blood weeping from the walls, and now Mr. Wimbley's cat's vomited up frogs. That poor man had a bloody heart attack from the shock. I know you lot are trying to fight up back against the hags or whatever, and that's great. Honestly, but I can't risk the neighborhood just because you was stupid enough to piss off a hag. Keep your rent. I want you all out by tomorrow.
Oh, what? Help the hag survivors. A quest? We found an eviction notice. The people who lived in Baron's Coop drew the wrath of a hag and were kicked out by their landlord. Hags can do that? Hag research notes. A seemingly random collection of book titles, ingredients, and combinations. Fastidious Fungi by J.L. Corrins. Pure speculation, despite the title.
Right.
The Power of Words, Surviving the Fae by Annabelle Lighthammer. Hag Encounters, good details on hag gestation and reproduction cycles. Anatomy of a Hag by Knuckles, Chapter 18. Dragon Mushroom plus Atom Cross, non-reactive. Aluminum Wings plus Whisper Venom, potential but too unstable. Claw Mucus plus Vipers, Turnip, but Mellowweed, useless. What that's all about. Anti-hag support group poster. Attention, have you been hexed by a hag? Lost a loved one to a deal? You're not alone. Join other survivors of hag treachery at Baron's Coop. Alone we're vulnerable, but together we can stand up against hags. Barely legible letter. I didn't even think about there being support groups for people that are cursed by hags and vampires, and you know, it's hilarious. I like that. It makes the world feel real. Dear Miss Adriel, Cled found the place. Nice old man called Mr. Gallo used to live here, but his neighbors said he doesn't live here anymore. Cled thinks it's perfect. We can hide it from the hag or fight, or whatever you think is a good idea. Cled knows you have a good plan. Cled will wait out at Old Garrow's for you. Bye, Cled. Right. Old Garlow.
What's up?
Found a letter for someone named Cled, and it said someone found someone new for everyone to live. Old Gallows' place. Wrote that they can hide from the hag there. Old Garlow's place. Oh, over there. That's not that far away. I love how you just like stumble to a random house and then, oh, there's a quest.
Stand here until you remember the way, shall we?
Let me grab all the food because I need the long rest. Support group, Rusty Hack. I think that's all the stuff in here.
Can't slow down.
I know the game like rewards you for exploring. Just explore and you get free stuff. You get free stuff and also some very nice hidden quests.
Walking funny isn't a crime.
Yeah, well, it's one good thing is there's no filler houses. Like you can walk inside
Not to mention the
every
parchment
single
quality
building.
of the Gazette.
Most cities and most games are like you can enter a handful of them, but this one you can enter every single house, which is like, whoa. You didn't stumble upon that house, you just broke in. I refuse to comment on that, Your Honor. I don't have to say anything on that. I don't have to testify. So it looks like straight south. This way?
Breaths, laddie. You'll be right in no time.
No, it's like left. Over here? Further left. I think over there. That boarded up house there. I think it's that house, yes. Old Garlo's, yep. Someone's definitely in there. Let's go and get a long rest. We haven't had one in a while.
Mystra has forsaken Gale entirely. A crushing blow. But he is strong enough to persevere, I think.
Hold on, ma'am. I need a long rest first.
Anything to keep us in our place.
Anyone need to talk to me? So we can go right to bed. Perfect.
Let's see.
What? The game has trouble with math sometimes. Like 160 food, right? That's fine. Thank you, Amelia, for stopping by. And congrats on like working on this game. You did a fantastic job. The game would not have been the same without you. Leave camp? Yeah, Technician mode, you have to have double the food to rest as you do on normal mode.
The new edition's out yet.
Asterion, go ahead and lockpick that.
Easy. What a Baldur. You want them floating in here, driving down our weakness?
My honor won't allow it.
What was that? Clad, you had your noise.
Oh, is this the support group?
Helm is on our side. Have faith.
Are you guys okay? I will go through the door. I'm the player.
Salt can stop that magic.
Hello?
An intruder. These people are under my protection. I'll not let you harm them. Hearken to my words, wicked creature. Return to the pit of evil from whence you came.
I am the goddamn paladin. I am a righteous beacon of holy light that casts the darkness away. I am the savior of the weak and the meek. I am holy justice itself. Nice to meet you.
Don't listen. Who knows what spells it weaves around us? Quickly, cleric.
Helm,
protector of all, grant me the power to ignite this creature's flesh and burn its bones to ash. Begone, monster. Your hag mother holds no power here.
A hag is after you. I can help. I fought one before. I think it's still enough. Woo!
Wait! Cled smells no lie.
Then you speak truth. You fought a hag before.
Yeah.
At ease, everyone. We may have found ourselves an ally.
Me and your mother didn't get
Forgive
along
the
very well.
paranoia. We're being hunted by a vile and wicked hag. We feared you, her minion. She's already hexed one of us, and any of us could be next.
Why is she hunting you?
Because we dared to do the impossible. We dared to fight back. You see, all of us here have fallen victim to a hag's vicious ways. But instead of succumbing to despair, we rose above it. Thanks to Mayrina, our leader. Together, we've been helping others who've suffered at the claws of a hag. Only, Mayrina's been hexed by the very hag who now hunts us.
Marina, I know her. She was captured by Auntie Ethel.
You're the one that saved her. The one that ventured to the depths of Ethel's lair.
Yes, I'm a hero, I know.
I can hardly believe it. You look so... normal.
How dare you?
Helm, perhaps there is hope. If anyone can help Mayrina, it's you. She's upstairs. But be warned. She's not as you remember her.
What do you mean normal?
Have to keep going.
That's the equivalent of a Zoomer saying that you look mid.
Vigilant one, your humble cleric seeks the power to defend these innocents against the hag.
I see some food. Let me grab that real fast. I'm hungry. You look so normal.
The hag's magic is strong.
Let's go chat with her.
Lady Mayrina can't turn back.
Why? She is not a sheep. Different from what I remember. Hold on, hold on. Hold on. Oh, God. Sort by type. Larian. You are so silly with your requests. Alright, sort by type. Animal handling.
What's in here?
Damn it!
Marina, it's me. I'm here to help you, alright?
Listen to me. The doll. The doll.
The doll is bad. It's really bad. You don't have to be so sheepish about telling me what's wrong. Will you please just tell me? What doll? What are you talking about?
The doll. Find the doll.
Bad omen. There's something suspicious about this doll. Gale, please burn it.
What an ugly doll.
Immune to fire damage.
To a child I didn't like.
Okay, we'll have to smite it then.
What a strange looking doll.
Oh, it's over there now? Oh god, okay. Hold on. Throw. Can you break that, please? Go ahead and smack it.
It was the dragon.
You removed my hex. That's annoying. I wanted to play a little longer. Auntie likes her toys broken. She's not going to be happy I had to get my hands dirty.
What? Your hex? You were behind this?
They want to hurt Auntie. They have the book. I will die before I let anyone touch a hair on her head.
The hag charmed you. You don't know what you're saying.
Ha! You have no idea how wrong you are. I have worshipped her for decades past, and will for decades more.
You're just a cold-blooded killer.
Not the red caps. Oh, please. Not again.
Oh god, what is that? A Jotlo? Oh, that sounds bad. I don't know what the hell that is. There's a bunch of rotten floorboards. Go ahead and dash. Can you stab him?
Yes. Victory is assured.
How about we give him... Give him a little disintegrate. He'll find that fun. Well, actually, no, he's behind there. How about a little bit of spirits? Oh, he dead.
Treacherous prick.
Okay, it's over. Ethel's lair key. A note.
My darling, Auntie has sent you a little present. A hex doll for Marina.
Use it to scare her and little cronies off, or butcher them. I don't care.
Just find that book, or I'll rip you out your lungs and feed them to your brothers.
Lots of love, Auntie.
If not over, then through.
What are they talking about?
That lying, thieving, scaly little shit! Thanks for knifing the bastard. That makes twice you've saved me. I'm starting to think you're my guardian angel.
Well, with this badass armor, I'm a guardian of lots of stuff. Good to see you again, Marina. The paladin has came back for you.
You too. I've come a long way since we last met. Decided I was sick and tired of feeling stupid, helpless. So I decided I wasn't going to be a victim anymore. This group is made of survivors. People like me who've been hurt by hags. I brought them together to fight back. We tracked a hag to the city, but lost her trail. Right after she snatched a little girl.
Your husband's looking well. Any connections to our old friend Ethel?
Ugh, I bloody hope not. I see her enough in my dreams. No, Ethel is dead, thanks to you. But this one is no less of a nightmare. The moment I started investigating the missing girl, I felt the hag's eye on me. Next thing, I was sprouting wool and bleating up a storm.
Well, luckily for you, I am the hero. There's a spelling error. It says I'll here to help instead of I'm here to help. I'll start by speaking to the child's mother.
Thank you. With you at our side, that hag won't know what hit her. Check the safe in the back. I've done my homework on hags since we last tangled with Ethel. Take whatever you need. I know it by heart anyway.
This is her husband.
Laura was knocking about Basilisk Gate, at the Flaming Fist's headquarters. Good luck.
Staff of Interruption. Counterspell, level 5. Hi, Connor.
I know, Connor.
You doing okay, Connor?
I need a quick word.
The Dragonborn was Cled's friend. Why? Why would he hurt Lady Marina?
Why did that Dragonborn look so not as cool as the other Dragonborns? He was only pretending to be her friend. It was all a ploy.
But Lady Marina was kind to him. To us. Anyone who hurts Lady Marina is Cled's enemy. But anyone who helps her is Cled's friend. Thank you.
What's over there?
This is all my fault. Marina was hexed mere days after the Dragonborn joined us. Why didn't I see it?
Hags and their agents are liars and cheats by nature.
That's no excuse. I know what they're like. Yet still, I welcomed the Dragonborn with open arms. Marina was right about you. Thank you for saving her when I couldn't.
It's okay. The Paladin lifts up those who cannot lift up themselves. For he is a mighty hero. Alright, we're gonna stop it there for